And on behalf of, please give a huge round of applause. Dear audience, now you will yourself discover as the colors of this event embellish us all together. Well, I, Parveen Begum from DVR, shall be your host for the day. It's my great pleasure and foremost duty on behalf of the patron, Shri Major B.V. Ramkumar Sir, Director Sir, and Head of the Department, faculty members and staff members, we warmly welcome you all this beautiful program. So please give us huge a round of applause. Thank you so much. I assure you that this program shall be full of energetic and exciting and also very informative and will create some beautiful memories for all us. Okay? So it's rightly said that days are not lost when memories are created. So are you going to create a memory here? Yes? Yes, thank you so much. Give a big hand of applause to all the people who are present here. Now I would like to call Kalyani and group for the invocation song.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sitaram, 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 Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sutra Krishna Puranikarabhi, Tullabhasumita Puranasogini, Subhasini, Subhanavasini, Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to call all the HODs. G. Srinivasalu sir. Please give a good hand of applause, guys, please. Energetic clap. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call Dr. Sharan Reddy sir. Now I would like to call Shri Dashrath Chaudhary sir. Now I would like to call Shri Principal Ganesh sir. Now I would like to call Ambari sir on the dais. Next, I would like to call Dr. Shilpa Madhurya ma'am on the stage, please. Thank you so much, all the dignitaries. I would like to call Mary Ji to give her the floor to the respected patron director, sir. Give her energy to clap, guys. Your motivation is needed, mass.
Thank you so much. Good morning, one and all. Thank you inauguration for the lighting lamp. Actually, lighting గురించి మనం చెప్పుకోవాలంటే ఒక 5 మాటల్లో చంటి బాబు కళ్ళల్లో కనపడే గోరంత జ్యోతి, కంటికి కనపడే వేళల్లో కనపడే వెలిగే కొండంత జ్యోతి, మన మనసులో ఎప్పుడు గొప్పగా వెలిగే జ్యోతి, మన మనుగడని నడిపే జీవన జ్యోతి, చీకటిని తరిమి కొట్టే వెలుతుని నింపే ధైర్యం చెప్పే జీవన జ్యోతి. సో జాయిన్ యువర్ హ్యాండ్, let's start inauguration of our lighting lamp.
I would like to call all the dignitaries to start the lighting the lamp ceremony. Please give a huge round of applause, guys.
No, that's second person. Come. Ashutosh. अच्छा इधर
Now I would like to invite G. Srinivasan sir, Assistant Professor of Vocational Training Program Coordinator, to address the program.
Give a huge round of applause. He is the head of the Department of Vocational Training. Please.
Respected Director Sir, Head of the Department, my colleagues, faculties, section heads, special employees, students, trainees, parents of PWIDs, and all other dignitaries assembled in the auditorium. Welcome to NIEPID's National Conference on Self-Advocacy of PWIDs. Today we are inaugurating two programs. One is National Conference on Self-Advocacy. Another one, 29 Special Employees National Meet. Special employees who are under remunerative employment in the outside sector. So we are inviting on this auspicious occasion. So first we will start with the National Conference on Self-Advocacy. So on this conference, there are 25 papers, scientific sessions about the 18 oral presentations, 7 poster presentations, and one more case study. So on this national conference, participants from all over the country registered and attended in this program. It's a 2 days national conference. As per the RCA norms, the CRE points is accredited to the participants and professionals. So today, 13 oral presentations in the auditorium. This will actually start at 2 p.m. Once the inauguration session is over, then 11:30 we will go to the special employees meet inauguration at the playgrounds. So there we can see the stalls, ability mela, job mela, and products are displayed by the organizations from all over the country. Participants and professionals. So I would like to share about this 28th Special Employees National Meet. It is a successful model to exhibit the vocational potentials of the persons with intellectual disability. The main objective of this national meet is to create awareness on the capabilities of PWID with an emphasis on their learning and working capacity. So, the organizations from different states, Andhra Pradesh, Delhi, Haryana, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Telangana and West Bengal states are represented in this skill competition and ability mela. Skill competition was conducted from the respective organizations and the special employees during the last 27 years. The same we are continuing in this year also. Actually, last 2 years because of the COVID situation, we conducted this program in an online program. So after COVID, again this special employee meet we are conducting in offline mode. So you can see the activities related to the vocational training and skilling to the PWIDs. You can observe the vocational capacities of adult PWIDs, and we are also inviting the employers from different agencies, the open employment kind of options, supported employment kind of things, shelter-based employment options. So employers also are attending in this special employees meet for registration of the clients for the job placement options in the different sectors. So on day two tomorrow, the morning session, poster presentations and paper presentations at conference hall, breakout sessions, mini conference and conference hall from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. During the time, in auditorium, we are conducting the self-advocacy session by adult PWIDs, the special employees, and cultural activities, and announcing the winners, continuation to the annual day celebrations. So this is about the day 1 and day 2 programs for today and tomorrow events. So I would like to brief about the participation of different states. From West Bengal, 4 agencies are representing for the ability mela. Telangana, 43 organizations are representing today's event. Maharashtra, 15. Jammu and Kashmir, 1. Haryana, 1. Odisha, 2. Tamil Nadu, 2. Andhra Pradesh, 8. UP, 2. New Delhi, 1. Karnataka, 1. So this is about the very brief regarding the participation of organizations attending in the special employees meet. 43 local and non-local, 38, total 81 organizations. And in this event, there are 55 students, adult intellectual disability students from mild level, moderate students are 18 candidates, and other MD students, multiple disability level, 8 students, 8 special employees are participating in this event. So there are events, for example, skill competition, success stories, advocacy, self-advocacy, cultural activities. We are conducting competitions. For the competitions, we are announcing our directors are announcing the cash prizes this year. So parents, please encourage your student trainees for participating in the events. Please motivate from your side so that the active participation we are expecting from all the students. So on this auspicious day, as part of annual day celebrations, today afternoon we are conducting the programs related to registration of clients for audit scheme. registration of clients for the skill development training for the 23-24 year, UDID registration, National Career Service Card, NCS ID card, Niramaya Health Insurance registration. So all these registrations also uh, we are expecting from the organization. So anybody who are not availed the benefit of the Government of India schemes, please register your candidature at stall number, respective stall number 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 stalls. We are putting the candidates for registration of the clients. So our student trainees from the different programs, long-term programs, will facilitate the information related to the different schemes, and at the same time you can register the all the schemes related kind of things for your wards. So this is what about the brief regarding the today's program and tomorrow's program. So I am expecting from each and every one for active participation and encourage the students for these events, and we are expecting the cash prizes to the special employees and other charities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite the director, sir, to address.
A very good morning, and a very warm welcome to all the respected delegates, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, we had a slight delay because we were expecting our chief guest of the day, Honorable Union Minister for Labour and Northeastern State, P. Kishan Reddy sir. But however, as there is a model code of conduct which is in which has in existence in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. So at the last moment we have come to know, and obviously sir couldn't be there, but he has conveyed his deepest best wishes for this program. So then there was this dilemma, and we were waiting for some of our guests of honors also. And but then we thought we should go ahead with the sessions. At the outset, again I would like to welcome you all to NIPID, and it's very pleasant that we are holding this function, as Sri Srinivasu ji has already stated, in offline after 3 years, and we are very pleased to see all of you people here, and especially the energy what our students, our special children, our trainees are actually bringing to this occasion. Coming to self-advocacy, see, we actually at NIPID, we have been conducting this self-advocacy programs for more than a decade. In fact, when we held this special employees meet, we had with Parivar in collaboration, and we had the first self-advocacy meet which was held here. And it has been a practice to hold this self-advocacy meet, wherein all the our trainees who have actually made a niche for themselves in the open market and have created a success story, not only for themselves, but again for people who actually have been working with them. When I say working with them, because many of our actually trainees have actually become entrepreneurs, and not just they have been successful in their own way, they have been showing the light and actually employing people. And so we have this event every year. But again, during the last national parent meet when we had in Cochin, I was discussing with people from the Parivar, and then this idea crept up as to why not have a scientific conference, because what was happening is most of the time when we are having these advocacy programs, it was the parents and the person with intellectual disabilities who have actually made carved a success story, who are actually representing and giving and trying to create a sense of coherence and some hope for other people to emulate. But then we said, we need more, best practices as experienced by the professionals, to be shared so that we can learn from all. And that was how the background for this program was. And we had this, a national conference in self-advocacy. And I do not know, and I'm not aware, but as far as NIPID is concerned, and to my best understanding, this is the first time that a national conference is being held, where we can document and try and understand from each other's experience and best practices. Uh, Self-advocacy and self-determination, or right for making choices of their own, is what actually we all understand through self-advocacy. And yes, we actually have been sort of trying to highlight the success stories and try to learn from each other and try to emulate them, or try to make others also on the path of success. But again, when in fact, I don't know, do I want to share my thought on this self-advocacy? Self-advocacy starts at what stage? A person after he crosses 18 years, when he's trying to undergo vocational training, or self-advocacy, or trying to create or inculcate something to support towards self-advocacy right from the time they enter a special school or now the inclusive schools. See, generally what happens is with the new RPWD Act and the new education policy, inclusiveness has been mandated, and I'm very happy to see that it is being implemented across. With the Supreme Court intervention, where we are seeing it. But again, to what extent are these being implemented is a different question, which we can talk later. But what is very important is this sort of self-advocacy and trying to create the thought process of these children or these PWIDs also being independent and capable of living independently, and trying to create a thought process like any other child who actually thinks about what he would like to be after schooling, where, what. It's very important that we should try and inculcate this concept of self-determination and working towards this concept of self-determination right from the time these children are in school. So at NEPID, we have been actually creating this model, and but this is again a recent development what we are doing. But most of the time when we are talking about self-advocacy, it is after 18 years. When they are giving them vocational training, or from the parents who actually have a wherewithal to actually create some sort of employment of their own, where they put their children in some sort of entrepreneur, engagement and create a success story. Here I would like to state, and others, I was expecting Sri Srinivaslu to actually share this with you. See, what we have been trying as part of self-advocacy and self-determination is expanding the scope of their choices. See, generally what is happening in any vocational training is the vocational trainings are limited to very, traditional works what are happening across, special schools of vocational training, especially when it comes to PWIDs. But in the last 4-5 years, what we have been trying to do is, these children are, no less than anyone. So point is, and we have to identify their abilities and put the people in the appropriate jobs, in the mainstream jobs, not just any jobs, which are actually on the periphery or on the sidelines. So towards this model, in fact, Srinivaslu and the team have been working very rigorously, and I'm very happy to inform that, in fact, just about last month we have got about 100 placements for these children. And where we actually, the moment we got 100 placements, we are actually running to locate people where we can place 100 people. Okay, and I'm very happy to inform that these 100 people, 100 placements what we got, in fact, one of the employers was expected to be here, and we were to actually hand over physically the employment offers on the stage here. But he happens to be a doctor, so he's in some surgery and is slightly coming late. But I said, okay, let him do the honors. We will ensure that he comes and does the honor on the stage here. But I would like to inform you people, the type of work what they're getting is pharmacy assistant, office assistant, and in hospital, store assistant. So the point is, and best part about this is, these children are, and these adults with intellectual disability are getting salary at par with any other regular employee in that organization. So this is what we want. This is what we want to say, and there is self-advocacy. And more important is, we need to create choices. We need to create, sort of an expanse of job roles where they can select. See, generally what we are doing is, maybe, the lemon tree and all which have been, in fact, they will also be part of this program in the special employees meet there. there have been many, forthcoming organizations like Nementry and all who have been offering jobs. But again, the type of job roles or the titles have been limited. So what we are trying to do is expand that, and when we are expanding it, we are showcasing the abilities. I would like to tell you, recently we have held, two workshops for the FICCI FLO, which wherein about 170 odd organizations across the country have participated, and the FICCI FLO president herself was there, and we have actually tried to impress their abilities. So the point is, when we are actually working towards self-advocacy, yes, there are success stories on their own. There are success stories where the parents are actually creating some sort of avenues or the environment or the infrastructure where these people are, getting into a position to be self-advocates, or they have some sort of self-determination for what they want to be. But again, as an organization, as an institute, it is very important that we have to create an environment, larger environment where their placement becomes easier and it becomes a norm rather than an exception. Like, okay, one odd chap got, placed. Here I would like to say that this all started with me placing 2 people in Microsoft about 3 years back. And the tag of Microsoft, and the tag of Domino's, the tag of corporate hospitals. These are the places where we want to see them. And not only this, we have many other stories like in our regional center Navi Mumbai. Our canteen is run by a person with intellectual disability, Aditi. And frankly, I am very happy. In fact, I've been last week to Mumbai. I've asked her, Aditi, how many people have you employed? She says about 12 people. And how many canteens are you running? She says, I'm running 3 canteens. So it is not just the canteen at Nippet Regional Center she's running. Independently, she's running 2 more canteens and she employs. And when I asked her, in fact, another thing I would like to tell is a complete hostel where all the long-term course students and where all the students are studying and the short-term programs happen, she caters and she provides the food. And I took the feedback from the parents, are you happy with the food? Because generally sometimes what happens is when it comes to these persons, maybe we are slightly more, accepting or more, enduring, some sort of but they said that the food is very good. So this is where, these are the type of people what we want to create. And this is the type of self-advocacy where they can choose what they want to be by, actually having a larger, scope of job roles, what they can do, rather than just getting restricted to, a limited number of trades. And before I conclude, I know you're all very eagerly waiting to listen to the scientific presentations. And also we have the inauguration of the stalls there. I would like to say that NIPID actually has taken up the job of actually identifying traits which are good for these children, which they are capable. And we have sent about 12 job roles. In fact, we have sent about more than 60 initially, but then the SCTBLD wanted us to actually bring it down to some sort of some numbers where they can immediately implement. And we have brought it to about 12 traits. And and recently they have actually listed 5 traits. Because, and these 5 traits are again more or less similar to this. So when we are recommending traits, we actually want them to be at par with anyone. And at the same time, sometimes it may be wishful that we say that everyone would go to that level. Sometimes, yes, as professionals, we accept, yes, everybody cannot, especially the severe and the profound. So for that, what we are doing is training the parents, training the mothers. We have been running entrepreneurial training for the mothers of these PWIDs, so that where the support needs are more, especially in terms of severe and profound, we are training the mothers to be entrepreneurs. We have actually conducted certificate programs by calling in experts, and we are also, sort of making them get loans through Mudra, NHFDC, banks, etc. and all, and so that they have their own self-employment. So, and we are also trying to create self-help groups of the parents so that they don't work in silos or in isolation. They all can form partnership, and they can, on a product unit, someone makes something which somebody else can take it up, and they can be an end product or something like that. So what I'm trying to say is there are very many means, very many ways actually of ensuring that our PWIDs actually, can be really be on equal footing in the society, and at the same, they obviously showcase that they are second to none. So I actually, I am myself waiting very eagerly to listen to all the paper presenters and try and understand what is happening across the country. And yes, I am very sure that it will be a very good learning experience for all. And yeah, maybe tomorrow when we have the concluding session, we can discuss this more further. Before I conclude, I welcome you all once again to NIPIT and to this national conference in self-advocacy. Thank you very much. And I would like to introduce Dr. Nandini. Madam is our executive council member, and she is a doctor by profession, a psychiatrist, and she has been a source of abundant motivation, strength, and support to all of us. And recently, before I just would like to share with you people, we are actually going into a more coming to intervention and rehabilitation. We are venturing more into a medical rehabilitative approach. Madam, please. Thank you. We are venturing into a more medical rehabilitative approach, and I would request all of you people who have come from outside to go through our CDIC. Our CDIC has got all types of specialist doctors who actually, sort of go into the assessment part. So to rule out any other comorbidities. Generally, what happens is the physical traits or physical, exhibits through which we actually identify some problems. But at the same time, these children, especially at the young age, if we identify many of the medical problems, like I am telling you, we have doctors right from neurologists, orthopedicians, we have endocrinologists, we have genetic people. And talking about genetics, actually there is a proposal in effect to set up a genetic testing facility, which it's a very primitive stage. Already IEC has asked us to work on it. And secondly, we are also working on setting up an MRI facility here, and which again it's in a primitive stage and it's a proposal stage, which I am very sure by next year when we have this conference, these things will materialize. The point is, these are other initiatives of NIPIT. I would request all of you people who have come from across the country to go through the facility, try and see what we are doing, share your experiences, and give your advice or suggestions, if anything, where we can do better towards the cause of these people. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. మీ మాటలు, మీ దీవెనలు, మీ ఆశీర్వాదాలు మాకు ఎప్పుడు శ్రీరామ రక్ష.
Thank you so much, sir. We are really fortunate to have your guidance and support with us. And without you, all this would have not been possible. So actually, I feel so very short of words, sir, that actually you required for praising you as well as for your efforts that you actually make every time in sharing your very knowledge with all of us. So please give a huge round of applause for a bad support, Dr. Director Sir Shri B.V. Ramkumar sir. Thank you, sir.
Now I request a bouquet presentation for Dr. Nandini Ma'am, Rainbow Hospital. Give a round of applause. Now I request Srinivasulu sir to give a speech on traditional and non-traditional vocational training and Siddha initiatives.
Now I would like to call all the dignitaries. Please take your seats down there.
అట్లానే లేపు ఏయ్ ఇట్రా ఇట్రా ఇది లైట్ అటు సైడ్ మెల్లగా నూనె పడతా చూసి
Once again, good morning to all the delegates, dignitaries, and professionals. This is about the concept related to traditional and non-traditional vocational training of adult PWIDs. During the last 27 years, the vocational training programs conducting by the organization, the trades related to traditional and non-traditional category wise I am briefing about in this session. In our country there are 1500 organizations, special schools are providing services to intellectual disability as per the directory of our institute. So out of these 1500 special schools, 353 organizations are providing vocational training services. So this 353, when we conducted a brief study about the trades related to traditional concept and non-traditional, we categorized the trades related to urban, semi-urban, rural, and other sectoral kind of things. So what kind of trades the organizations are conducting for vocational training programs to adult PWID? So I am sharing in this presentation. And coming to this present scenario, the sector scale council implications, the traits related to model curriculum, qualification tags, I would like to brief in this session. So people with disabilities need skills to engage in the livelihood activities, but they start with a number of disadvantages due to non-availability of infrastructure and services. They often lack access to basic education, making them unqualified to join skill training courses. Earlier, we have research-based curriculum up to 2015 because of the previous activity, whatever with the PWD Act 1995, we have less amount of opportunities available, and the curriculum also, the existing kind of curriculum we are using for conducting the training program. So these disadvantages frequently result in lack of skills as well as low confidence, expectations, and achievement. So the different types of skills are required for successful work, which include foundation skills, technical skills, and professional skills required to success in self-employment. So because in our field, intellectual disability, the students are related to different classification, for example, mild, moderate, severe, and profound category. So every time the possibilities and the opportunities are available with mild and moderate only. So the severe and profound in the sense, it is very difficult to engage in the remunerative employment. So that is the scenario, the current status of vocational training program. These opportunities and these activities we have to understand. Then how best we can proceed for the National Action Plan, skill training program through SIDA and Skill Council for Persons with Disability. The PWDs need access to a range of training opportunities and acquire marketable skills. So marketing is a very much important component for the vocational training. Women with PWDs have equal opportunities for skilling and skill development programs for the both men and women. So majority of the time men are representing for the vocational training programs. And another aspect, rural PWDs require access to support services, vocational guidance, placement services, assistive devices, and adapted equipments. And severe PWDs require access to advanced skills and opportunities for developmental tasks. So this is the way we segregated the activities related to traditional and non-traditional concept. Participants, professionals, and delegates, please look into these categories. If you have any observation regarding these traits for development of model curriculum and qualification tags, so it's an open invitation from all the organization heads for making this kind of UPs and MCs from your side. So the rural traits related to traditional knitting, farming, weaving, bricks making, goat farming, and nursery. These are the traditional one. The non-traditional one, adjustable furniture, organic farming, the kitchen-related kitchen gardens with a limited amount of atmosphere, and the mechanical looms, electronic kind of thing, wall cases, means ready-made wall beds, then pets farming, birds farming, and bonsai plantation, medicinal plants, and grass labs. So these are the non-traditional related to rural. These are the pictorial representation for the traits related to non-traditional, adjustable furniture, organic plants, and mechanical looms and medicinal plants, etc. Coming to occupations related to semi-urban, the traditional categories: diyas making, candle making, envelope preparation, file making, greeting cards, photo print. These are all traditional. The non-traditional one, diyas decoration. Instead of preparation of diyas, the decoration we can increase the margin and what will be the profit we can expect from the end products. And the decorative and magic candles is the latest one. Instead of the wax candles and gel candles, better you can go for the scented candles and magic candles. Handmade envelope decoration, L folders and customized file making, code cards and citations, and digital photo prints are the latest one, customized one, and non-traditional one. So these are the samples for the non-traditional one. The categories of occupations related to urban, the traditional categories, for example, if you see any organization, jute bag making, phenol making, screen printing, packing items, wooden mementos, block printing, you can observe anywhere, any organization for the vocational training. The non-traditional one, non-woven bags, ultrasonic jute bags, sanitizer making, offset printing, corrugated packings, acrylic products, sublimation printing, the ultrasonic and sublimation is a 6-in-1 heat transfer process end products. So these are the pictorial representation for the acrylic products. So these are all customized kind of thing we can prepare as per the job order. This is about the sublimation products. We can print on 26 products. The customized products we can do with this sublimation printing. 6-in-1 heat transfer. We can hire from the open market for making the end products. Then coming to the domestic outlets, the curry spots, vegetable supply, fried rice special, popcorn, cookies making, sprouts making, jawari chapati. These are the domestic outlets we are observing. And organic masala, seasonal pickles, different juice items, traditional food items, festival related food items, and birthday cakes and chocolates are the related to the domestic urban outlets for the food processing kind of sectors. So coming to chemical related applications, we have to take care of the safety while preparing all these kind of things because we are dealing with intellectual disability. So as part of chemical related applications, phenyl, soap oil, sanitizer, hand wash, tiles cleaner, herbal shampoo, soap making, doop sticks making, scented sticks, perfume making, washing powders, naphthalene cells. So these are the activities related to chemical related applications. Coming to tailoring, sewing machine operation related activities, mask preparation, handkerchief, hand towels, saree laces, picot or overlock, fall stitching, pillow covers, petticoats making, button or hook stitching, puppets making, then soft ties making, different hand stitching related products. So it includes 18 types of hand stitching with the latest machinery. We can observe all this kind of tailoring related products for the vocational child. And the trades related to computer kind of thing, data entry, calendar making, the customized calendars preparation, wedding albums making, business cards making, certificate making, ID cards preparation, flyer making, brochures design, letterhead preparation, citation making, college making, then invoice making, banners designing, webpage design. For all these kind of things, there are readily available softwares available. Initially, we can use the trial version applications. Probably the trial version application is available for 15 days. Once the trial version is over, based on the satisfaction of the agency and the training, we can go for the license reduction. So with a limited kind of commands and applications, we can do all these kind of end products related to computer related training. And these are the seasonal products: flags, rockies, calendars, kites preparation, rangoli colors, greeting cards, friendship bands, and molds making. And these are the other trades: photography, videography, then water servicing, vehicle parking, cooler assembly, floor machines, multi-grain kind of things, laundry services, molds making, milk vending services, filling and non-filling kind of things, vegetable selling and grinding machine operation with a different kind of machinery. And these are the things we can develop into the hobbies for PWIDs as part of recreational activities, leisure time activities, and other co-curricular kind of things. Glass painting, embossed painting, then college work, oil painting, modern art, and mehendi art, spa therapy as part of Ayurvedic kind of thing, and musical instruments, for example, guitar or keyboard practice, event organization support for any kind of special events, for example, birthday, and heritage practice, cultural and heritage practice events. These are the hobbies development we can practice as part of morning hours warm-up activities. And this is about the job coach concept: fitness training, yoga training, music coach, dance trainer, aerobics coach, temple assistant, mail sorter, office assistant, library assistant, packing assistant, stores management assistant. So these are the concept of job coach. And this is about the placement criteria we are following for all these kind of traditional and non-traditional kind of vocational training programs. So we are preparing the flyers and pamphlets to reaching to the employers for engaging the students in a remunerative kind of employments. So we develop the blogs and social media platforms through Twitter and Facebook. Success stories we prepared, AV form, audio video kind of things, short hours duration engagement, part-time engagement, then national awards and orientation to the employers, then proportion of remuneration with respect to the time and wage, and allowances, bonus, remuneration hike. All these things we are implementing as part of placement for the students with PWIDs. And one more thing, very important component in this training and placement, the reasons for the dropout. The dropout reasons are transportation difficulty is the one, non-maintenance of washrooms in the open sector, then the attention-seeking kind of behavioral issues, excessive or less communication by our moderate and other comorbidity condition of PWIDs, and loading and unloading work assigned to the PWIDs. Because of this reason, majority of the clients are returned to the training centers, and misbehaving by the colleagues due to other gender issues, and expectation on salary increment, lack of holidays, overtime work, irregularity, maintenance of punctuality, irrelevant talk with others, rules and regulations, response on PWD rights, frequent argument with other persons, lack of dietary facilities and safety aspects. So these things we have to consider while placing the students in the open sector. So all these things we have to incorporate in advocacy related issues. Because this conference is focusing about the components related to the adult PWIDs. So the themes we are expecting from the professionals and the dignitaries and delegates. So that is the reason this concept we are highlighting, the reasons behind the dropouts of our adult PWIDs. So these things we observed from the organizations and agencies represented in the last 27 years of special employees nationally. We recorded each and every PWID success story. We have 19 success stories with us. The very recently we recorded with the AB form. So all the success stories will be observed after 6 months duration, 1 year duration. The placements got a dropout because of this. These are the highlighted reasons and components. So we have to be very careful for conducting the study on these aspects. So the message is going to the organizations and professionals dealing with adult PWIDs. So they can conduct the case studies and they can conduct the scientific papers on these things. They can also conduct the short span of whatever be the latest trends related to the research for the conferences or workshops or any kind of seminars. So rapid assessment is a one tool, but the current status of research. So probably we can undertake all those kind of things for undertaking all these kind of things. This is one observation regarding the reasons for dropout of the adult PWIDs. So we are expecting more papers from the organizations regarding these components, probably in the next forthcoming workshops or conferences, seminars. So these kind of case studies and success stories on these components we are expecting. And these are the some apps, social media platforms, apps also available for the financial assistance, Dwakra support, Mudra support, NHFBC. With the single tip of scanning, you can choose the option for applying the financial assistance from Dwakra for the self-employment, Mudra support, and NHFBC provision. Just a single scan is enough for registration of the clients. Earlier, we have a procedure, 5 pages, 10 pages of application for applying for any kind of financial support. Now, there is no kind of manual kind of registration. So probably we can take this kind of app support from this government and organizations for this Araton and National Trust apps and some other social media platforms. And we are also encouraging the entrepreneurship support for skill training, parent training, collaborative support with the agencies, business incubation setups, startup support from MNCs and CSR, corporate social responsibilities. So that is the reason we are expecting the project proposals for training centers and empanel training partners. TCs means training centers, ETPs means empanel training partners. So whatever be the trades available in the skill council for persons with intellectual disability, the available 5 trades. So the agencies can apply for the empanelment. After that, once they empanel from the ministry, then they can choose the option for financial assistance from the training center, TPSP proposal. And COVID, Commonwealth Women Federation, ALIP organizations, state governments are coming forward for undertaking the skill development training programs. Not only that one, setting trades, MSME, and we are also inviting the agencies for expression of interest to undertake the skill training programs. So coming to the conclusion, the main highlighted components from our NI's side for the perspective of adult PWIDs and job placement, the severity level we have to consider. Every time the placement opportunities, we are focusing on mild and moderate. So we have to focus on severe and profound also. So in that case, we have to entertain the self-employment options. So that is the reason this traditional and non-traditional concept we are sharing to you people. And the rural and urban also very critical component for engaging in a meaningful employment, because that is a one we have to share the inputs related to the traditional activities for urban and rural trades. And women with PWID is a one sensitive issue because parents are not ready to sending the wards in the open employment kind of things because of transportation difficulty or because of sensitive other issues. So women with ID is a special case we have to consider, rural cases we have to consider, severity levels also we have to deal in a different manner. And every time intellectual disability in the sense nearby employment only, nearby placement only parents are expecting. So that is the one observation. And BPL and APL criteria, below poverty line and above poverty line is the one criteria for choosing the self-employment options and for financial assistance from the social sector. And we are recommending the modular employment skills for the intellectual disability category of PWIDs for employment provisions. So these are the provisions we have to undertake. So coming to the placement options, if we undertake traditional and non-traditional, what kind of opportunities available? So these are the traditional placement aspects, professionals, participants, open employment, sheltered employment, supported and self-employment. Everybody aware of this kind of employment models. So the competitive market, whatever be the placement we are providing to the PWID, that is the open employment, self-employment under the supervision of parents. So sheltered setup is the one kind of repetitive kind of activity under the supervision of a skilled person. Supported employment, whatever be the feasibilities, opportunities available from the group of parents, they can choose or they can plan. So these are the 4 employment models. As of now, every organization is choosing and opting for this kind of training program. And these are the modular employment skills. Is a non-traditional one: group employment, seasonal employment, customized employment, and part-time employment. For intellectual disability, we have to provide multiple options. So that is the reason modular employment is the current status of non-traditional concept. Coming to the self-employment avenues, so these are the some sectors we observed from the NGOs: coffee vending, popcorn making, sweet corn making. If you choose these kind of options, probably we can seek the permission from the government hospitals, government agencies, colleges, banks. So all these kind of sectors, social as part of corporate social responsibility, we can choose the options for the parents of severe and profound category PWIDs. So under the supervision of parents, probably women with ID and severe and profound category of PWIDs, they can plan within the 4 and 4 SFT of space. They can plan some kind of customized employment opportunities for the severity category of PWID. And these are the homebound placements for the women with PWID. Just now, whatever I mentioned, the category wise. So embroidery, jute bags, ultrasound machines, leather products related to a different kind of conference. So as and when any kind of job orders, if you expect from the open market or colleges or hospitals or any kind of conferences, probably we can register in the GEM, government e-marketing option. So through that open platforms or government sectors or corporate sectors, we can seek this kind of orders from the agencies or CSR or MNCs, multinational companies. So this is having a lot of demand for women with IDs for the self-employment. So within the whatever be the homebound kind of activities, they can plan this kind of end products for self-employment of adult with women ID. And these are the employability options for the housekeeping related end products. For example, phenol, soap oil, hand wash, tile spinner, sanitizer. Only consideration safety is very much essential. So they won't require any kind of large scale of space, no such amount of high amount of financial support required. Within a limited budget, probably within a 5,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees also we can plan. So for that, we can choose the option of Dwakra and Mudra support for establishing this kind of setups. This is having a lot of demand for setting up a group of people for preparation of this and the products related to sanitizer, herbal shampoo, hand wash, and soap oil. So actually these activities includes 5 to 6 soft tasks, and all these soft tasks are repetitive tasks. So probably we can suggest for the moderate, severe, and profound category PWIDs. And these are the provisions for the care group students. Whoever is having a severe and profound category with comorbidity conditions, so they can choose these options related to art and craft activities, corrugated packing. So they can seek the job orders from the open market, and in the home environment only they can plan this kind of packing, corrugated packing, which is a customized kind of packing, and assembling and dismantling of end products and stationery items preparation. So all these kind of things we can plan for the care group students of PWIDs. We can plan in the home environment for the severity and women with PWID also we can plan this. These are the provisions for rural based kind of PWIDs, the fruit garden, floriculture, vermicompost, and kitchen garden. So as per the availability of space and the availability of infrastructure, they can choose the option within a 10 by 10 SFT space or 10 by 20 SFT. They can plan some kind of floriculture or kitchen garden kind of things for agri-based kind of activities for the rural based populations. And these are the setups, small scale setups for the organization, especially for the parent organization, settled setups, and supported employment of a group of the parents. So these activities we can suggest: class paintings and flower bouquets, candles preparation. So I told very clearly regarding the candles in the sense, not the traditional one. Center candles, magic candles are the now lot of demand for the open community and the stalls. And then butter paper also having a lot of demand for 6 kind of activities: tailoring, embroidery, and jute products, ultrasonic preparation of customized products. And these are the provisions for the medium scale setup: preparation of customized frames, mementos making with wooden mementos and acrylic mementos, and handmade products and soft toys preparation. So just now I mentioned about the 18 types of stitching with the embroidery and the tailoring machines, jute products. So we can prepare this kind of soft toys for tailoring and sewing machine operation and products. So with the support of Mudra NHFBC support, we can choose this kind of options. So from NHFBC, from 50,000 to 50 lakhs, we can opt financial support from National Handicap Finance Development Corporation. So there is a 1% subsidy allocated to women with PWID. And the provisions for the large scale setups. So these are the machineries we can plan and propose for pop-ups making, the 3.5 lakh budget, and the lead plates making, semi-skilled and semi-automatic, automatic and fully automatic. From 2 lakhs to 20 lakhs the machinery cost. It depends upon the marketing feasibility. We can plan this kind of products. And photocopying setup with a normal monocolor and multicolor kind of things, and electronic frames and mementos. So these activities we can plan and propose as part of large scale setups for the vocational training of customized end products. And these are the provisions for the computer related training. Majority of the candidates, some in the rural areas, urban areas, students and parents of PWIDs are choosing for the computer related training. So as part of computer training, the initial training is data entry. Once the data entry is over, the employment opportunities are very less for the data entry related training. However, we can plan some kind of customized software with readily available applications within a budget of 5,000, 10,000. For example, calendars making, wedding albums making, etc. After that, they can choose the options related to Photoshop, DTG assistance, calendar making, and sublimation printing, wedding albums, e-save also they can plan. So this is about the computer related applications and implications for the computer based training. So one trade is available from the SCPW, that is the domestic data entry training. Once the training is over, we can choose this kind of options for the computer related kind of options. And these are the provisions from the service oriented sector. So this is what we are implementing for placement of adaptive PWIDs from the tile liquid. So these are the some kind of service oriented activities: store assistant, office assistant, library assistant, shop assistant, record assistant, temple assistant. So every time whenever we conduct the vocational guidance and information services to the PWID, this is a regular platform from the dial department. Every month we are conducting VGIS programs in our institute. So once the training is over, they can choose the options related to service oriented activities. So this is the one platform we are choosing for the placement of adult PWIDs in the CSR, MNC sectors and other corporate sectors. At present, we have 50 placements readily available. The main problem and issue is the transportation. So all the agencies are opting this kind of opportunity outside the city. So they have to travel 25 kilometers to 30 kilometers. So that is only the issue. Because of the independent travel skills, lack of independent travel skills, people are unable to choose the employment options. So every time PWIDs, the parents of PWIDs are expecting nearby placements. The community, local community placements only expecting. However, there are placement options available in all these kind of service oriented activities. So we have to prepare the students and parents of PWIDs about the independent transportations. If they accommodate with the independent transportations, probably our placement problems will be, we can remove from the issues and barriers related to the whatever be the obstacles at present we are facing. And these are the some other options. So we are conducting surveys related to activities, products and job surveys. We are also conducting apprenticeship studies, entrepreneurship provisions, incubation setups, and job analysis and job mappings. So these are the other areas we are focusing for placement of adult PWIDs. This is about the latest scenario about the current trends in traditional and non-traditional vocational training. So this actually we analyzed from the previous 27 years of special employees national meet So all the organizations are at present undertaking this kind of traditional training program. So we are requesting to all the organization, better you choose the skill council trades. If anybody is having QPs and model curriculum problems, there is a template. So with that template, they can undertake the availability of trades present according to the area. For example, Kerala in the sense coconut related items are we can expect. And if you see northeast in the sense bamboo related products we can observe for making any kind of end product. So related to those available infrastructure, we can plan the end products. Accordingly, we can proceed for the preparation of model curriculums and qualification tracks. It is a ready-made template with the 5 pages. So whatever be the entry-level criteria, eligibility criteria, assessment criteria, training criteria, then follow criteria, placement criteria, post placement criteria. So all those things we can incorporate, we can modify for the skilling to the PWIDs and job placement employment related to the adult PWIDs. So this is about the status of the vocational training program. How best we can proceed for the current scenario of National Action Plan and Skill Council for First and Second Electoral. Thank you.
Indeed, very captivating information. Thank you so much, sir, for an enlightening and informative presentation. And I don't know this is the correct time or not to say something about Srinivasulu, sir. I'm really very privileged being a student of Srinivasulu, sir. Actually, I'm doing DDR, Diploma of Vocational Rehabilitation Training under Srinivasulu, sir. Whatever sir have told now, everything, जो भी सब सर ने बताया सब कुछ हम लोग सर के अंडर है कि 20 प्रोडक्ट्स प्रिपेयर करने वाले हैं अभी तक 5 प्रोडक्ट्स प्रिपेयर कर चुके ऑलरेडी तो ये जो भी प्रेजेंटेशन था ये सिर्फ इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं ये हकीकत में हो रहा है और जैसे अपने पेट्रन सर जो बैक सपोर्ट है उन्होंने कहा था कि 100 एम्प्लॉयमेंट आए थे बिकॉज ये सब कुछ इसीलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि यहाँ पे द बेस्ट फैकल्टी head of the department and especially our director sir everyone individually I am really very short of words सब कुछ अपने अपने एफर्ट्स के हिसाब से सब अपना अपना जो हिस्सा होता है ना वो दे रहे इसी वजह से और हम स्टूडेंट्स को इतना बेहतरीन तरीके से ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं कि हम लोग बाहर जाके we can explore we can blast over there so really thank you so much for all the information thank you so much huge round of applause for all the members. Thank you.
టైం టు టీ బ్రేక్ అందరూ టీ తాగండి చిటికలో కలుద్దాం
After tea break, we have a poster presentation. Please join near the auditorium entrance. And poster presentation, tea break అయిపోయిన తర్వాత please everyone gather at Dial Playground. అక్కడ స్టాల్స్ presentation ఉంది, inauguration ఉంది. Please be there. Thank you everyone. schemes of different people in our stalls at Liquid Playground. Okay, now we are going to start oral scientific paper presentation by many intellectuals. Firstly, we are going to start with, I would like to invite our chairpersons, Dr. Shilpa Malagwa ma'am. It's not there. Ambari sir, Principal Sri Ganesh sir, Srinivasulu sir, please come on to the desk. Firstly, we have presentation. Okay. Now we are going to start oral scientific paper presentation by many intellectuals. Firstly, we have Dr. Neerja Chawla, Director of Muskan Organization, New Delhi. Please, ma'am. Please give a big round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, the people on the dais, for giving us this opportunity to share our experiences with the audience here. I know lunch के बाद का session थोड़ा सा drowsy रहता है, but I hope I am able to awaken you rather than make you more drowsy. So let me try my best at this. I am representing an organization called Muskan Parents Association for the empowerment of people with intellectual disability. Muskan has been in this space for last 40 years, in the space of vocational training and employment for adults with intellectual disabilities. That was the time when nobody was even thinking of adults. You know, intellectual disability itself was a new thing for people, and thinking about adults was at a very far end. But Muskan's founder, Dr. Shanti Aulat, and the other parents and professionals who were part of this, they could visualize that in coming years, services will come for children, not much for adults. And we all know that's the reality even today. There are very, very little services. So today I am going to share the Muskan model of training and employment for people with intellectual disabilities. First of all, Muskan's learnings about understanding a person with intellectual disability. The first learning that we as a team have is that everybody goes through universal life stages, starting from infancy, childhood, adolescence, adulthood, senior age, and the same is true for people with intellectual disability too. And at Muskan, we have experienced these different life stages. Our age group directly to whom we are catering is 16 years to 66 years. That's the kind of age range that we have worked with, and they have taught us that they also go through the same life stages. They also have the similar needs at each life stage. You know, for example, a person who is at 20 years of age will have different needs than a person who is at 40 years of age. Likes, dislikes, social needs, emotional needs will be different, and same applies to them. Another learning that we have had is that they have immense learning potential, which needs to be exploited to its fullest. And Muskan has created various training programs to do so. And the biggest learning has been that focused training opportunities, opportunities to work, opportunities to express themselves leads to a life with dignity for them also. So we follow a lifespan approach at Muskan. Based on these learnings, we have created various programs starting from family support services, which is not age-based. Any family with a child or an adult of any age can contact us, receive our services. So that is across all ages. Then we have adult training centers. Now we have 3 centers in Delhi and NCR region, where we provide training into various vocational skills as well as life skills. Then we have employment programs. And Muskan has created 3 very successful models of employment, and the 4th one is under research and learning. Then we have also created independent living programs for people with intellectual disabilities, for which you have another presentation by my colleague. And based on that experience only, we have created an assisted living facility, which is a lifetime responsibility for our organization for those adults. And finally, all of us are aware, some of you are professionals working in the field and some of you are still budding professionals. We are all aware that the biggest barrier in the lives of people with intellectual disability is the mindset of society, which needs to be changed. So we have been working towards it for very long, and we still continue to work. Along with that, creating advocacy with the state, so that replication of the models created by Muskan and other organizations can happen, and rights of people can be realized. Nowadays, we talk a lot about inclusion, and what our experience has been that we can realize inclusion only when we make them self-reliant. And at Muskan, this conference is full about self-advocacy. We start with self-adequacy and go on to self-advocacy. So first, the person has to become independent for oneself, managing one's own responsibilities, own routine, own work, and then going on to advocating for one's rights. And one's rights doesn't mean only going and fighting for it. It's at the family level also. It's at the classroom level also. That what I want to do, that's the advocacy. Our students are very have the potential to learn all this. And this is what leads to social inclusion. This is the only way. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So as a society, when we talk about the training and employment opportunities, what are the challenges we are looking at? In the morning, Mr. Srinivasulu has talked about these things, so I will just touch upon them. There is scarcity of training facilities for people with intellectual disabilities. And why there is scarcity? Because there is lack of standard curriculum for their training. There are so many organizations working in different regions, but everybody is inventing their own curriculum. There is no such regulatory body. There was no such regulatory body till now which would standardize those curriculums and certify them. But fortunately, with the right kind of advocacy, we have skill council for persons with disabilities who has taken up this role now. So once the curriculums are standardized, the certification by the regulatory authority becomes possible, which was missing till now. And because of that, there were negligible employment opportunities. So as I was sharing that we do a lot of advocacy, so when skill councils for persons with disabilities was formed, like any organization or any institution or any individual also, we first look at the low-hanging fruits. Means something that is easy to achieve will give me success experience. Similarly, the organizations also first look at that what is easy to achieve. So SCPWD also started working with other disabilities, creating job roles for that, and Muskan has been part of their governing council since its inception. So our founder member, Dr. Shanti Olak, was always representing intellectual disability in that space. So she advocated a lot, and finally Skill Council decided to take up a pilot project to see how existing job roles can be modified or new job roles need to be created, new curriculums need to be created so that people with intellectual disability can also be trained. And Muskan was given this responsibility to conduct a pilot project and create job roles. So we took up the challenge of creating 2 job roles for 2 different streams of employment, because we were, with our experience, very confident that they can work in different streams. So we took up 2 different job roles in 2 different industries, which will lead to 2 different models of employment. And we created the QPs, as Srinivasulu also mentioned in the morning, and that is a qualification pack, which talks about the various criteria that goes into a job role, and then created model curriculum for them, created the training content, training methodology, and then tested it also on 2 batches within Muskan. So the outcome of that project validated our learnings and best practices at Muskan, which we had been doing for years. So this project now validated all of that learning, and it was available in the form of a documented report. These job roles have been certified by the SCPWD, and they are on their portal also. So now it is available for anybody in India to replicate it, and as he also shared in the morning that NIPED has also developed 12 job roles, their QP and MC, and similarly Muskan is also developing many new job roles which are aligned to SCPWD curriculum. So now when I am talking about that this project validated our learnings at Muskan, so let me also share that what Muskan model has been. So to do that, first of all, I would like to show you a short film which will speak for itself, so much that we want to share with you here. I hope we have the sound.
मेरा नाम आरुषि कार्तिक है, मैं डाटा एंट्री में काम करती हूँ।
थोड़ी अलग है, मैं काम करता हूँ। मेरा नाम अंकुल है, मैं यहाँ पे काम करता हूँ। थैंक यू। Focus, the government of work opportunity does to us. It gives us a sense of accomplishment. It gives us opportunity to build so many relationships. We are able to earn our money, and also it gives us a responsible role.
In the community of the disabled, people with intellectual disabilities or ID are the most marginalized. They get stigmatized because of the ignorance of others and are often viewed as a social and economic burden. Society considers them to be incapable of doing any meaningful task. Muskan thinks otherwise. Muskan was set up in 1982 in New Delhi by a group of parents and professionals who found a distressing lack of facilities for their children with ID. That initiative grew into today's Muskan, a voluntary not-for-profit organization well known for providing comprehensive education and training to adults with ID. And we have been creating training and employment opportunities for them for the last 3 decades. Over the years, we have developed 3 sustainable models for the employment of adults across the ID spectrum. 1. Supported mainstream employment. 2. Supported employment within Muskan. And 3. Special employment within Muskan for those with high support needs. For supported mainstream employment, we facilitate and assist business enterprises to employ people with ID. We ensure the best fit between the person, the nature of the work, and the organization. We help sensitize the other employees who will become colleagues of the people with ID.
So what I would like to share with the employers is that they are very committed, loyal, and responsible employees. And one great thing happens: they humanize the environment. They can do many jobs in any organization, and simple jobs. And I think many organizations have those kind of jobs.
A recent success has been our partnership with Lemon Tree and Red Fox Hotels, where people with ID are working efficiently and effectively alongside their colleagues.
What my experience has been is that they work with great focus, they're perfectionists in fact, and they will always deliver the service exactly as it needs to be done. And from a hotel's perspective, this is really good for the brand.
CBRE employs people with ID in the work of data entry. This experiment too has proved to be a success story.
It's not only in terms of them adding a lot of positivity to the environment, it's a kind of value they add to the work. Yes, you need to tell them what needs to be done, but if you brief them properly, the work gets done to the T.
We now come to our second sustainable model, supported employment within Muskan. In our busy, bustling work centers, you will find people with ID producing a vast array of products of the highest quality. Some products require fine hand-eye coordination. Some require working with machines using simple technologies, while some are akin to assembly line production. The work environment is designed to match their needs and abilities. The tasks are simplified, adapted, and structured so that each person is fully engaged, productive, and comfortable. We have found that they are extremely conscious of targets, timelines, and quality standards. They thrive when given responsibilities. They work very well in teams, and their joy of creation is infectious. In our third sustainable model, people with high support needs find gainful engagement with work, though simpler in nature. Here too, we select and adapt the production process and carefully design the training program. These diligent workers are trained for tasks that are simple, yet beautiful products emerge from their hands. Products that are bought by large corporates, mainstream institutions, and individuals purely for their quality and consistent standards. Being able to work and earn transforms the lives of people with ID and their families. Their personalities blossom, they communicate better, their social skills improve, and most of all, they gain self-esteem, just like you and me. People with ID deserve to be employed. They only need the right platform and the right training. We at Muskan are happy to give both. Muskan, towards a life of dignity.
So thank you for your appreciation. You have seen that how it happens, what they are able to do, how they are able to realize their potential. But now what goes behind it, how it became possible. So I'm going to share those, philosophies, approach, techniques with you. So first of all, what is the Muskan's model? Muskan has a model of holistic development of persons with intellectual disability, even though they are the age of adulthood. So that doesn't restrain us from doing the holistic development from there. Because from the basic, the initial years when they have been into schools, those who are able to go to schools, there the focus is more on academics. Those who are not able to go to school, they are homebound. So the main area that needs to be worked on is the life skills. That is what makes anybody, as I spoke earlier also, that self-reliance, that is important. And you can make a person self-reliant or a self-advocate starting from self-adequacy only. So that is the main area that we work on in different developmental areas, starting from their basic ADS, their communication skills, social skills, cognitive skills, that is a foundation of every learning, and also work ethics. Because when you are making them ready for working, so following the basic norms is very, very important. Giving them opportunities to express themselves and and expressing in in a way that others are not judging you. So various creative arts, performing arts, so that is also part of our program. Sports and physical fitness, therapy, that is physiotherapy and occupational therapy, because in work life they are expected to work for long hours. So being physical fit, maintaining the right kind of postures, having the right kind of motor skills in place, that is also contributing to their success in the work life. So that is also a very important area in which we work on. And finally, the vocational skills. Of course, they are the most important, because along with the life skills, actually teaching them the work skills, the different job roles. So all this kind of training is provided in Muskan. Now, what is the flow of training? How do they start and how do they reach the employment stage? So when a young adult comes to Muskan, our first program that is given to them is, as I shared, is life skills. Intensive life skills training happens to fill the gaps which have been left during their early schooling years or childhood years before they reach the young adulthood. Because adulthood, let me also share, adulthood is the longest period of anybody's life, and so it is for them. As I shared with you that our senior most person is 66 years of age. So with different life stages, different demands come. So they have to cope with those demands, they have to deliver to those demands. So teaching them different life skills to deliver to those demands, which are coming from the environment. Then pre-vocational training. That is also part of our first level of program. Second level of program is employability skills, training on employability skills and domain skills. So what all domain skills we are teaching, I'll come back to that in a short while. But employability skills is very, very important because in a work environment, you have to work with minimum support. And when I say minimum support, that does not mean only physical support. It means emotional support. That is very, very important. Because our persons with intellectual disability are usually into protected environments, either at home or in school or training institutes. But once they have to step out of those protected environments, they have to learn to deal with the outside environment, which is very demanding. So giving them those skills so that they can retain the employment and they can be successful in it also. These are very simple skills. I'll touch upon those also. And then we provide on-the-job training, whether it is into any model of employment. So after the actual domain training, on-the-job training is also given to them so that they get to practice whatever they have learned and finally they are employed. So this is the flow of training to employment in Muskan's model. So simple employability skills which were mentioned here also, and I am also touching upon this, learning to work with focus. It's not that you have been assigned a task and you can do it, go and step out, come back, do it again. No, you have to be a focused worker. Only then you will be hired. You have to learn to complete a task. So that task completion has to be taught to them. It doesn't come automatically. So बहुत सिंपल चीजें लगती हैं लेकिन इसकी ट्रेनिंग देनी पड़ती है और काफी इंटेंसिव ट्रेनिंग इन चीजों की हम देते हैं थ्रू वेरियस एक्टिविटीज लर्निंग विद टेक्नोलॉजी वी हैव अ सेशन लेटर ऑन आल्सो एंड आई एम वेरी इंटरेस्टेड टू learn from that session also, but we also use a lot of technology in teaching them and learning through fun. So it doesn't mean that learning can happen only in classrooms. Like the two activities that you are seeing, through these we are teaching them again waiting for their turns, working in an assembly line, completing a task, achieving a result. So all that is part of these kind of activities also, and they learn it in a fun way too. Then learning to socialize, very, very important. Social skills, social etiquettes, but that you again cannot teach them only sitting in classrooms. You have to take them out. You have to expose them to the mainstream society so that they learn to understand the demand and then they apply the learned skill in that actual environment, the real environment. So this is also, and then learning to make decisions. Again, a very important part of self-advocacy. That I can make my decisions. What do I want to do? What do I want to choose given the options? But informed decision making. That is also very, very important area. And what is informed decision making? I know if I take this decision, there will be the consequences. So what consequences can happen if I take this decision? So this is informed decision making. But when the decision is done, then we have to honor that decision also. In our eyes, it could be a wrong decision, but we have to honor that also. I have already talked about this. Training in assembly line operations, because majority of vocations that persons with intellectual disability can take up and can be successful in are those vocations or those job roles where assembly line operations are possible, because they are very good team players. They can work in a team very well, but given the right kind of training and right kind of opportunity to practice those skills, then they can very easily learn to operate simple machines. So any job role involving few tasks on simple machines can also be chosen for them and they can be trained on that. Training on SOPs. यानी कि standard operating procedures of doing a particular job role. That is very, very important. कि whatever job role we choose for them, we have to first develop the right kind of curriculum, right kind of procedures for that, and then train them exactly on those procedures. And then, believe me, they deliver their best because they don't find shortcuts. That is the experience we have had from our employers, that they are sometimes better than their regular employees, because regular employees will see, acha, nobody is watching, I can do this, do away with this step. But they will never do that. They will do the complete process, and that's what Aradhana Lal was saying, that that's very important from the hotel's perspective, that the task is done to the T. So, and that is what they have proved to be the perfectionist. And this training is given to them during their OGT, that is on the job training, and then they do practice it while they are working, while they are hired also. Then training for responsibility. You know why employment is important for anybody, and same is for people with intellectual disability, because employment gives you an opportunity to be in charge of a role. It is not only giving you opportunity to work, it is giving you opportunity to have control, which our people with intellectual disability lack in their lives. It gives you an opportunity to have the power to take some decisions, even though they are very simple decisions. It gives them an opportunity to realize their self-worth, that I can do this. So this is a very important part of their training also, that they learn to take responsibility of a complete role. But that role is also designed for them, as we are talking about, that we are developing different job roles which are designed for them. It is not that they will be fitted into existing job roles. That's the advocacy is all about. Then enduring into a task. Because when you are working in a place, a workplace, you have to complete a task. You have to work for long hours. Our students are working for 9 hours a day, into 6 days a week, and no festival holidays, no vacations, no summer vacation, no winter vacation, no Diwali vacation, no Dussehra vacations. So that kind of demand comes when you are into a mainstream place. So they have to be trained to have that kind of endurance. Initially the challenge comes because they are not used. As I said, they are into protected environments. But then once they are given the right kind of exposure, with right kind of support, they learn to work in those environments with those kind of demands also. So I have mentioned that for choosing any job role for them, the criteria that we need to follow is, one, it has to have simple and well-defined tasks, that is the SOPs. It should have operations in assembly line, preferably. Most of the job roles which will be successful for our people will be those which provide opportunity for assembly line. Why? Because people with varying ability levels can work in that assembly line and complete the operation, rather than one individual being expected to complete the whole process. Then similarly, what criteria we need to follow to avoid failures? The job roles which require a lot of reasoning and judgment will be a challenge for our persons with intellectual disability. Job roles which require complex public dealing. They can do simple public dealing. That's what you have seen. They have working as guest service associates, and they are actually serving the guests. So simple public dealing they can learn to do, but complex public dealing is difficult for them. Simple money management, some of them can learn to do, but majority of them cannot. But complex money management is out of question. Then morning में आपने भी share किया था that commuting is a challenge for most of them, independent commuting. So supported commuting का जहाँ possibility हो, वहाँ पे they are able to be successful. And any job that brings visible results is very motivating for them. It's inspiring for them. So Muskan has identified 30 simple job roles possible for persons with intellectual disability in 8 different industries. So I'll not go into the list, but if you have seen our stall in the playground, we have displayed some pictures, we have displayed some photographs that what all kinds of products they can do, and then what all kinds of services they can provide. So I just want to mention that since you have seen the hospitality sector here, the recent progress that we have made in that sector, that majority of our students have been employed as guest service associates till now. Recently, 2 of our students have been upgraded from associate level to supervisor level. Now they are managing a team. When we started, we didn't know this was possible. But again, as we always say, they are our teachers. They have taught us that this is also possible. Again, given the right kind of opportunity and right kind of training and support. I am repeating these words because these are very important words. Then we use some training tools while they are training, and majority of you will be using those. So I will just mention few which are very unique to Muskan. We had displayed a Me book in our stall, which is used to teach them to memorize sequence of a job role. That what is expected for them during the day when they are in a mainstream environment, in a supported environment, there will be a teacher, trainer or a supervisor to guide them. Work would be structured according to them, work will be designed according to them. But in a mainstream workplace, they have to adapt to the existing work structures. So there we give them an aid where we create this Me book which is unique to each individual, which has his or her own photograph doing an activity. So a series of activities are bound together into a sequence, and the person can refer to it after completing one activity. Now what next is expected of me? So he or she doesn't need to depend on another person. So it aids to their independence, as well as it becomes easy for the co-workers also, because this person is not a burden on them. That now they have to keep on reminding him, next to me ye karna hai, next to me ye karna hai. And again, believe me, this Me book is used only during the training period. Once they graduate from the training and they are hired, they do not require, because they have now remembered it. Because they are doing it every day, same sequence, and they remember it very well. Then we make some simple adaptations for them in our work center also, where we train them into making various products. So I'll show few pictures here. Like for block printing, we make these kind of stencils. If you have seen our bags, the perfect printing that is done on them is possible because of this aid. Each bag, there are different sizes of bags or products. There are different designs of blocks. There are different numbers of block into a design. So each design is converted into a stencil, and then they are trained to use that stencil for making these designs. And by using these aids, what we are doing is we are reducing the scope of failure for them, and we are improving the quality of our product so that these products can be marketed easily. They do not have a sense of failure, and they have a sense of achievement, that I can do it with perfection. Similarly, there are some adaptations used in our food units also, like we make matthis, which is a hot selling product in Muskan, but we don't roll out matthis like any other person does. So there is a different process adopted according to how they can do it, in which they have to press a mathi. They have to make balls of equal sizes and then they press. And for pressing also, they are not using their hand as such. There is a simple device with an indigenous material, a lid of a container which is used and which has a handle, and they can easily hold it and they can press the mathi, and the work is done. Similarly, for cutting of lemons, because we use a lot of lemons to make squashes and pickles and chutneys, So they have to cut the lemons. Now lemon needs a sharp knife, and handling a sharp knife at training stage has a safety issue. So we have again developed a device which is wood based device in which you put the lemon, there is a slit in the wood and you insert the knife and the lemon is cut. So the hand is safe. But again, believe me, this device is used or aid is used only by them during their training. Once they are trained, they remove it. They say we can cut it now. We know how to handle lemons. So sometimes we have to, bring out of the cupboards these aids when new trainees join because our workers don't want to use them anymore. Now coming to the different employment models that Muskan has created, you have seen them in the film also. So I'll just talk about the possibility of success in these models. Muskan created its first employment model in 1995 when our first batch was ready and we were looking out for jobs for them and our society was not ready to give them jobs. So we created a supported work center because we were confident that our students can work and earn for themselves. So we wanted to prove it to the world that yes, it is possible. So this work center was created, and believe me, this is the most successful model of employment for persons with intellectual disability because it provides a lot of vocations with assembly line operations. It provides the right kind of support, but at the same time, it is also a demanding workplace. So there are targets, timelines, professional ways of doing work. And 60 to 70% of people with intellectual disability can be employed in such models which can be created by NGOs or organizations across the world. All it needs is support from the state because to make them sustainable, state needs to come in. Then mainstream employment. Initially it was the biggest challenge, but in 2014 we got a major breakthrough and since then there has been no looking back. Earlier we used to approach the employers, but now employers are approaching us. We need to hire people with intellectual disabilities. So bring your candidates to our company. So this demand is increasing day by day and we are very happy with this demand increasing. But at the same time, it's a challenging workplace. So 20 to 30% of people with intellectual disability can go into mainstream jobs. And Mr. Srinivasanu has already shared the challenges in the morning, so I'll not repeat that. Then, third model which you saw in the film was our Art and Activity Center, which is created as a parallel employment model for people with very high support need. It has very simple vocational activities which are emerged from art and craft activities, which we introduced as hobbies for them and then gradually developed into vocational activities. Again, because our team believed that even they can work. And they have also proved themselves, yes, we can work. So this model also employs almost 30% of our candidates. Then the last model that we are experimenting with is the self-employment model or work from home, we can call it, the standard COVID model. But we have seen that the success rate of this model is very low, but it does not mean that people who want to adopt this model should not go for it. Like we have 2-3 successful experiences also. One of our students has set up a small shop during COVID in his home because he could not come to the employment center. So he set up a small shop and he's selling Muskan products only there. And what he does is he adds a margin to the product that he gets from Muskan and he's earning his living from there. So another person has joined his father's business. He was earlier in the hospitality sector. He was working at Lemon Tree, but now he's working with his own father who has set up a resort and he's doing the same job there. So these kind of models are also coming up, but as I said, very few people can go into this because this requires a lot of family involvement. Then briefly I would share with you
that how mainstream employment can be made successful. Successful for whom? Not for the organization, for persons with intellectual disability. That they can sustain their jobs and they can have a growth path also. So there are few steps to this process, starting with job mapping, which means identifying what kind of jobs are available in an industry or a company, what all kinds of tasks it involves, and then matching it to the skill sets of people with intellectual disability. Sensitization of the employer and co-worker, the most important thing, because we have to change the mindsets. We have to make the environment enabling for this person to be able to work there. Preparation of the families. In the challenges in the morning, it came up that sometimes families are not able to support enough, and family support is very, very important. So preparation of the family, that what kind of demands will come on you. Your lifestyle will change because you will be going in shifts, and shifts will be changing every week or two, after 2 weeks. So Sundays will be working, there will be no chutti on Sundays, so no family time on Sundays. So everything will change for the family also. So you have to counsel the families too. Then a job coach has to be dedicated for on-the-job training. That means regular support during the training period when the person is placed in the company, regular reviews of his performance, and follow-ups even after the employment has happened. We do hand-holding of the person, company and family throughout his work life, his or her work life. Our role never finishes. कि अब उसकी job लग गई, अब हमारा काम खत्म, कभी जाके देख लेंगे. No, it's a regular support that Muskan provides. That's how employers are feeling confident and they are approaching us that we want to hire your students. So this is what an organization has to commit. This kind of resource has to be committed. Then within the employees, you have to create a buddy, because this job coach will not be there all the time. He will be available, he or she, but will not be available all the time. So a buddy has to be created within the employees who will be available to support only as and when required, not full-time support. Then we also demand reasonable accommodations from the employer. For example, in hospitality sector, there are 3 shifts that anybody has to go, any employee has to give. So which includes night shift. So we have taken this reasonable accommodation that our students cannot do night shift. One, for safety reasons. Second, that their body is not designed to stay awake at night and then come back in the morning, and keep on changing this body routine, because the body clock has to get adjusted. So that is challenging for them. And we have received this support from the employers. We have done some reasonable accommodation into their working time, not working hours. They work 9 hours. But yes, because the commuting is supported by parents, so the late night shift, because the afternoon shift finishes at 12 normally. But we have taken that accommodation that they will work 9 hours, but their shift should finish at 10. So that kind of reasonable accommodation we should demand from the employers also, because that is again their right. And this makes them retain their employment and be successful in that. Then also we need to understand what goes into making a supported work center successful. Because only creating a work center and giving them some work to do is not sufficient. You have to develop a good market for those products. And Muskan has been successful in developing that market also. We make our students are producing products worth 35 to 40 lakhs annually, which are marketed, sold, and they are paid their regular monthly stipend out of it. And day by day, if the COVID would not have come, this would have touched 50 lakhs by this year. But COVID brought everything down and we had to re-establish it. These are some of the glimpses of the products. Rest you would have seen in our stall. Then briefly about Muskan's achievement. We have trained more than 5,000 people with intellectual disability. We have tested with 30 plus job roles in 8 industries. with 100% employment opportunities. We have provided employment opportunities to more than 500 people in the recent years, and at present 50 persons with intellectual disabilities are working in hospitality sector and other sectors, and 100 persons with intellectual disabilities are working in our supported work center. What is our future plan? As I shared, we are working on aligning our rest of the job roles also to the SCTWD guidelines and get them certified. We are also developing standard training content for it. And then we are working on developing a digital resource library where we can host all of this and share with anybody who needs to use these kind of resources and train people with intellectual disability. And to do that, we are also working on a project along with the Azim Premji Foundation to build capacities of smaller organizations across India so that Muskan model can be replicated by them without reinventing the wheel. We have spent so many years of hard work into it, but we are ready to share it with the world now. So thank you so much. And this is the guiding force. This statement is a guiding force behind our work. If I can't learn the way you teach me the way I can learn. That's how Muskan teachers work with their students. Thank you.
Indeed, I fondly delighted to see this video, ma'am, and your presentation. Thank you so much for a great presentation that was very thought-provoking, really, I must say that. So please give a big, huge round of applause. Thank you so much, ma'am. And now session is open for question and answers. So if anyone from the audience would like to ask any questions, so you can questions or any comments, please share. Anyone?
Good afternoon, everybody. Any trainees or any other people have a questions or anything? First and foremost, I don't know, I take a opportunity. First, really, it's a wonderful total cover package of the vocational training and also job placement. The both things has been covered, and really, I congratulate the total, well-prepared, documented things. Really great thing, and I hope all the trainees, students, and also parents definitely understand a lot of things from this, and there's a lot of people learn from this. I really stress and say that, see, we always training package, we prepare so many, but when we ultimately look into that, we say that, okay, after all this training, what will happen? But yeah, we all think about, always talk about life cycle approach, or now as Madam has put it very clearly, Dr. Neeraj Chawla Madam, really thank you Madam, it's a really wonderful way of doing it. The universal life stages. So even though as a national should we do from the birth to tomb, or even a birth to end, we all look for all the activities in the institute, we try for everything. But they are already practicing a similar thing. So if you look into that, when you think about the person's future, so how they worked out the placements and all, I really say that it's a wonderfully done, and the great way of doing it is all the things have been taken care, even the things like the parent involvement, parent training, and even there is a starting from the schools in the education and providing a training and placing in the job training, then arranging the buddies where there is a coach is not available, all things, by that they will not come out or drop out will not happen. I really appreciate and admit that it's an excellent thing. By saying all that, I may be not a doubtful thing. It is a little bit other, maybe coming from the taking to the totality of the country, totality of our situation in the country. It's a very easy to, when you have a corporate, when you have a
places like cities or all the metros, placing them may be possible, but if we want to make it into the rural areas, in a rural things, so model is working out I don't know, again, I have a little doubtful things. Placing 100 people or you said 5,000, it may cost so much. If you look into the cost wise and training wise, how much extra for our country we have to think about, how much extra we may have to plan for it. Because I will look into that such a way. See, in the country maybe around 35 lakhs, there's a statistic says, persons with disability. To place them future life in everywhere, in every part of the country. So we have to plan in big way. Definitely sure that, exactly. So we have to ask the states to do it. We ask a lot of NGOs are trying, and as a micro level, I have come across more than even, I can say so many NGOs, like Swayam Prasi or even so many, the Chetana, so many NGOs. But Muskan is as a one plan, it's an excellent plan, excellent way, placing them and doing the things in a right way. But training wise, you have made that your presentation, everything is shown. Training wise, for example, if you have a 5 or 6 trainees, how much you are putting the ratio of the trainers? That one is a little bit, I don't, basically it's not for me. When we talk about the trainee students, trainees part of it, they maybe have to understand, see, they always say that I have a lot of people to train, But as you see, 5,000 people are placing in a job. It is not easy task. It is, even though from 1940, almost 1995 they started and they are placing the people. Within the 7-8 years, they placed a lot of people. It's excellent work. It's a really admirable work. But for that, so much of extra input, it has gone into the pipeline. So that is a really it's a better thing to, if you just tell us, that can be the best understanding for all of us. Otherwise, I will say once again, really congratulations. It's an excellent work, and we have to, again, all the training people benefit of it. We have to take it into a very seriously. For your learning, when you say for training of the children with intellectual disabilities, they can be definitely placed in the job. She already said, I don't know I can't learn from what you teach, but you teach me how can I learn? That's the ultimate point. We have to think about that way. That's the real caption here. We have to understand that way. How can they learn? We have to go to their level. Thank you, madam. I just request you.
Any other questions?
Can I answer to what
Yes.
the 2 points he made?
Yes.
Okay.
So first you talked about the rural settings. I want to share here that last year we did a training program for PWIDs where they had identified 5 different states, mainly in rural areas they have identified, and they wanted to train 500 people with intellectual disabilities, and we have trained their trainers. So we had to customize the training according to a rural setting. So the approach is same, but what vocations they can identify in rural settings, some can be similar, some can be different. So based on that, we customized our training modules and we shared it with them and trained their trainers. And of course, I would like to share here that the feedback was very, very positive, that they took back a lot of learning experiences. And so what I mean to say is that the approach, the philosophy has to be the same. The flow of training has to be the same. The vocations can be different. We are doing 30 different vocations. Any other organization could be doing another 30. But if the approach is same, that this is how a person with intellectual disability can be trained to be successful in employment, then he or she can be successful anywhere. That's what I want to tell. And as far as the ratio of teacher training is concerned, when we start our first level of program, then the ratio is 5 to 6 trainees and 1 teacher. And as the student number increases, then we add a support staff into that. So up to 10 to 12 students, one teacher and one support staff will do. But once they move on to work center, then their 10 to 15 students can work because now they have been trained. The workflow has been designed according to them. So along with one supervisor, also they can work. Our first work center, when we conceptualized it in 1995, it was started with mothers. Few mothers, in fact, we sent them to NIMH at that time to get trained and then start that work center. Even today in Muskan, there are 20 to 25% family members who are working. Two of them are right here with me. So Seema is going to present. She is a mother. Alka, she is attending the conference. She is a mother. So we have some siblings also. So that is another impact that Muskan is having.
Parents has to be.
Capital is so good and everything we can understand what it is. Working mothers, everybody are helping. But in the larger scale which you are spreading it out, it's a very sensitive question. How is the funding happening? Suppose we, after NIPD, we wanted to start in this kind of a thing. Yes, definitely NIPD has given us the opportunity to learn everything, and we come to Muskan also and we learn something. But how do we start? Funding. It's a non-profit organization. Yeah. The donations or how do we start? Now that the second question is, you are going to the rural areas. They want to set up every place we have this challenge children. So when they want to start in the rural areas, how are they going to start? They are trained very good. Very well experienced institutions are giving them the training. In Lipid also now there are many parents who are getting trained. But they wanted to start in the rural area. How are they going to get the funding? Thank you.
So first of all, I would like to share from Muskan's experience that it is not that from the very beginning, the building you saw, we had that. We started from a car garage. And it was started by parents only who knew nothing that what needs to be done and how it will be done. So whatever you saw today is a result of lot of experimentation, lot of hard work and lot of community support. We kept our focus on the work we want to do. Till date, we focus on that only. And believe me, the God has been very gracious. People have been supporting us. From the very beginning, we thought initially we didn't have any resources to pay to professionals, to have trained teachers. So that's when we started involving mothers and fathers, who will work along with us. Even to market the products, they'll go and sit on the stalls and promote the products. So commuting में कि हमारे पास गाड़ी नहीं है, कहीं सामान लेके जाना है तो किसी पेरेंट की गाड़ी आ रही है, so सब कुछ ऐसा ही स्टार्ट किया है बिना किसी रिसोर्सेज के. बट फोकस ये ध्यान में रखा कि हम किसके लिए काम कर रहे हैं, वहां से फोकस नहीं हटना चाहिए. मैंने आपसे बताया 35 to 40 लाख के प्रोडक्ट्स मेरे स्टूडेंट्स बनाते हैं, बट उसको कभी बिजनेस की तरह नहीं देखा हमने. उससे मुस्कान नहीं चलता, वो उनके लिए काम प्रोवाइड करता है. ये फोकस नहीं हटने दिया. इसीलिए आज 80 to 90% ऑफ द वर्क इन दिस होल प्रोडक्शन प्रोसेस इज डन बाय आवर स्टूडेंट्स. एज फार एज फंडिंग, आज तो बहुत सारे प्लेटफॉर्म्स है, सुबह आपने भी शेयर किया था, NHFDC है, 2-3 और प्लेटफॉर्म्स शेयर किए जो फंडिंग भी प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं. सो जब हमने किया था वो भी सब कुछ नहीं था. काम करते रहिए, अच्छा काम करिए, रिकग्नाइज होगा, अपने आप रिकग्नाइज होगा, लोग सामने आएंगे, सपोर्ट करेंगे एंड आपका काम आगे बढ़ेगा. ये मैं विश्वास आपको दे सकती हूँ. और दूसरी बात, जैसे मैंने अभी कहा, हम अपनी सारी लर्निंग आप लोगों से शेयर करने को तैयार, खाली इस फोरम में नहीं. हम आपको ट्रेनिंग देंगे, आपके पेरेंट्स को ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं, आपके ट्रेनर्स को ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं, आपके साथ अपना करिकुलम शेयर करेंगे, सारी मेथोडोलॉजी शेयर करेंगे, कैसे आपको सेटअप करने हैं मॉडल्स, हम वो भी आपको सपोर्ट करेंगे. सो हमें मालूम है हमने कितना स्ट्रगल किया है. सो वी वांट कि हर वो व्यक्ति जिसको जरूरत है इस प्रोग्राम की, उस तक ये प्रोग्राम.
Sridevi ji, there are certain provisions for the rural population for financial support. One is the Dwapra self-help group support. You can choose the option 25,000 to 50,000 with a 25 paisa interest. That is the one provision. Then Mudra loan support, that is actually for the normal population, especially for the ladies. Okay. So you can avail the benefit of 50,000 to 1 lakh, after 1 lakh, 2 lakhs also you can choose from the option Mudra loan. So that is another option. And one more engineering scheme is there. Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Development, that is a provision. So you can choose the option from that for the financial support. So if you want to start any kind of agro-based related or whatever be the activities related to the rural population. Okay, these three options you can choose. Apart from this, if you want to go, whatever be the limits, 2 lakhs, 2.5 lakh to 5 lakh, 5 lakhs to 10 lakh, 10 to 25 lakhs, 25 lakhs to 50 lakhs, up to the mark, you can choose the option NHFDC. So these are the provisions available for the financial support and what. Okay. And ma'am, thank you so much for your dedication of services towards PWIDs, ma'am. More than 30 years of dedication services. Very important model suggestion from ma'am. Whatever is the model implementing by the NIFCA, the components related to the training and placement, we are implementing in the SCPWD's bridge course module. Yes, ma'am. So bridge course module includes the assessment components, general skill training, specific skill training, work competency development, work behavior training, okay, referral for the employment. So all these things included in this bridge course module. So after the bridge course module, they can choose the option of whatever be the QPs and qualification packs, model curriculum, so they can go for undertaking short duration of training, 6 months, 1 year, 1.5 year, 2 years course of trainings. Okay. So thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Sir. Sir. Yeah. Ma'am, citation. Yes, sir.
I would like to call Ambari sir to give away the memento to Dr. Rita Solomon. Give a big hand for applause. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am.
एंड में एक बात कहना चाहती हूँ, हमारे पास बहुत कुछ है आप सबसे शेयर करने के लिए. अभी बैठे बैठे मुझे कितनी और बातें याद आ रही थी, लेकिन समय की कमी है. सो ऐसे ही और फोरम्स पे हम आपके पास आते रहेंगे और अपनी लर्निंग्स को शेयर करते रहेंगे.
जी बिल्कुल, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया मैम आपका.
Thank you, ma'am. About the
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable presentation. Next, I would like to invite Sir Adil Hakim, faculty in NIMHANS, the topic vocational rehabilitation services.
Shri Adil Hakim, sir, I would like to call on the dais, please.
Good afternoon. I am Adil. I've come from Nimhans Hospital, Bangalore, and it has been a delighting experience to be here from morning and listening to many of the other dignitaries from different agencies and organizations across India. And thank you to Srinivasulu sir for inviting us to be and giving this opportunity. So I am here to just take you through the support and employment services that we extend at psychiatric rehabilitation services center at Nimhans, Bangalore. So we have discussed about how important work is, how important employment job is for persons with disability in general. So what it does for them in terms of dignity and their own self-worth, what it does for clinical as well as non-clinical outcomes, say self-esteem, confidence, reduction of symptoms, or reducing chances of relapse and getting hospitalized, and all these outcomes are associated with employment in general. So I would like to take you through the psychiatric rehabilitation services in Nimhans Hospital, which is a tertiary care teaching hospital, and it is also an institute of national importance. So I come from basically a psychiatric social work background, and we work with all populations, especially persons with mental illness and persons with intellectual disorders. So this is the building that we work in. This is the psychiatric rehabilitation facility at the first floor as well as the second floor. So it initially started off as a occupational therapy unit and later was taken under the psychiatric unit. So some of the services are the general clinical services, the research work, the training, patient and caregiver-centered activities, license networking, and placement activities. So our clinical work includes OP services, IP services, day boarder services. So PRS works more like a day boarder center integrated with some vocational training elements. And our day boarder services include vocational training, rehabilitation, assessment and counseling, psychological assessments, family interventions, social skills and independent living skills training, recreational activities, group therapy, disability certification, as well as other welfare scheme facilitations, placements, and multidisciplinary rounds. So some of the sections I would just want to show. So we had bus service where from different parts of Bangalore we pick up our day boarders who come to this department, and they engage in from morning to 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock. They engage in various sections based on section they choose or what we allotted them based on what would be better for them. The yoga sections, meditation sections. Then we have a bakery, fully functional bakery section, a leather section, a candle making and a table section. Then there are nursing activities. There are domestic skills training. There is also a printing section that functions there, and recreation activities, and a mini horticulture section which works with the Nimhans Horticulture Division. Then we have a computer section, and there are certain models, self-sustaining models that goes along with the different sections. That is a Roses Cafe, a recovery-oriented service where people come in. It works like a parallel canteen in the campus. So they have a menu put out every day, and our patients and sometimes family members also come in and help them cook these dishes, and we sell it in the Roses Cafe. And we have a photocopying shop that runs in the campus. And there is also products that is made, which we saw like diyas, holy colors and all that is made in some of the sections and sold out during a festival and all seasons. So these are holy colors, and these products are brought out in collaboration with Craftisan and NGO Crafts NGO in Bangalore. And this is the cafe, and we have a WhatsApp group where everybody in the campus gets to know what is the dish for the day. And some marketable products have been made in the past in collaboration with other NGOs like the 100 Hands. So there is another program that runs under the PRS, that is a Road to Recovery, a caregiver program. So every fourth Friday of the month, we have caregivers, different various stakeholders coming in to discuss about managing symptoms, well-being activities, caregivers' concerns, welfare benefits, different kinds of institutions and provisions that they can make use of, sexuality education and all that by various stakeholders. Then most of these things would require a synergy between various stakeholders. So we work with NGOs, we work with the government, carer organizations, carer associations, and service users. So there are certain projects that is going on in various districts of Karnataka mainly, and some of our community-based rehabilitation partners are these. And moving ahead, some of the projects that is ongoing. So we have assisted home care services project that is run in Bangalore, urban Bangalore. Then there is a supported education program. So when we look at employment, one of the main reasons why 10 to 20% of persons with mental illness are not in mainstream employment is because of maybe academic underachievement. So it is important to make sure, because one more reason is most of psychiatric illnesses has an onset from a period of 15 years to 24 years. So that is a peak time when you are enrolled in a course, you are in your young adulthood, and some it leads you to drop out of courses and later not carry on. So we help through supported education programs for students to get back into the mainstream education system. So we have psychosocial interventions focused with the client, the caregivers, as well as the academic institutions. So these are the gist of the services provided under the supported education for individual counseling, study skills, coping and stress management, supportive work with parents, disability assessment, facilitating licensing with the lectures, free drug, psychoeducation, etc. So some of the future goals that we had, and some of these have been already made, like we wanted to make an online directory of mental health services, organizations, caregivers, healthcare professionals across India, and it is happening sector-wise, south, north, east, west. Then there's an online employment exchange that is coming into being to bring together for prospective employers and employment seekers. Then kiosks to give patients and caregivers information about benefits and other things. And there is certain neurofeedback lab that is being set up in PRS for giving cognitive retraining for patients who have cognitive deficits when they go for employment or during their pre-vocational training period. So we have halfway homes, homeless shelters, and services focused for adults with developmental disabilities also. And inpatient facilities coming up. This is a journal brought out by PRs, and if any of you are looking forward to writing articles, starting publication, this is a good journal to opt for. Then coming to the vocational supported employment part of what I was discussing, we have this vocational, though they were tools, NIMH tools to assess for persons with intellectual disabilities. For severe mental disorders, it was not there. So a tool was developed in 2019 under a project. And this is how the process of supported employment happens in the unit. We have assessment followed by counseling, then networking and licensing to identify jobs and job roles and training and placement after that, and other services. So other services include follow-up services. So this is basically the process. You initiate the contact with maybe known industries or organizations or corporates, then or you get jobs through new contact to open employment. Then you understand, you license with them and take an educated stance with the employer. Some of the companies have already an inclusive policy in place for people neurodivergent, people or people with disability as well. So, and you then become a bridge between the employer and the client. So our train and place model, some of the partners are Unnati, RBTI, Canara Bank, Nitya Sadhana, and Guru Foundation. Then for the place and train work that we do, we have Lemon Tree as well, then Mindtree, Infosys, Satya, SAP Labs, etc. Cafe Coffee Day is also an important partner. So there is also employment that happens within NEMHANS. We kind of facilitate employment within NEMHANS, and we found that they have been quite productive and efficient in the work they do. They have project sections and horticulture sections where we employ them under as a private employee. So in the last 2 years, we had 63 placements, and out of that, 32 had been successfully employed. And due to certain reasons, there had been dropouts, that is termination due to poor performance, termination due to IPR issues with the colleagues, termination due to unplanned extended leaves, relapse of symptoms because psychiatric illnesses are fluctuating. Then other non-adverse things being poor motivation, other personal factors, geographical, logistic reasons that has already been discussed, non-preference of job profiles, roles assigned, they would want to change to another industry or sector, completion of contract period, and so on. So some of the things that we do during the follow-up support is traveling along with the client, liaising with the employer, procuring disability benefits, supporting them, getting adjusted to the workplace culture, on-call support is guaranteed to the employer, and motivating them periodically to sessions to sustain the employment. And a set of reasonable accommodations we look for mainly persons with mental illness in their work settings. So I have covered these things, and a recent initiative or project has been a national level art workshop for persons with disabilities, and we had 105 canvases completed and put on sale. So if you could spread this word and you could find the paintings on sale at nhfdcfoundation.org in the stores, and even our director has purchased himself 2 paintings. So this is, I think, the end of the presentation. And though we have found that the supported employment and education program has been quite feasible and has good placement, job sustenance rates, job retention continues to be a challenge for us. And I'm sure we have learned a lot of things from other organizations today, which we would be taking back and having future collaborations and deliberations on. So it has been a pleasant experience being here, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, sir. We are grateful for the time and effort you took to share thoughts and experience with us. Thank you so much. Give a huge round for us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for valuable presentation. Thank you.
I would like to call Ganesh sir to give away the memento to Adil Hakim sir. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to invite Seema Chadda Garu from Muskan, New Delhi. Topic: Independent Living Skills for PWIDs. Photo by Expertise. Big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of us are awake. I'm here. I'm Seema Chadda. I'm working as a Deputy Director at Muskan. I'm a parent first. I have a daughter with multiple disability, and she's 30 years old. And I'm corporate professional turned professional in developmental sector. I am a business development evangelist specialist in developing different models. I have tried to fill in the gaps where my journey started coming in this field and founding an NGO, which where we started giving inclusive mainstream school readiness program, and it's still running. Then coming down to working 8 years in slums, working across ages and working in rural setup in slums as well as in urban setup. Here I am here, and I can see in the audience, I can see coming up professionals, I can see parents, I can see professionals there. So I am addressing to everyone, and today we are going to I'm going to talk about my experiences where I've worked directly with about 1,000 adults with disability or children with disability, and this is I'm presenting to you today. When I say independent living training program, obviously we mean that today's our topic, self-advocacy. This is the foundation stone. And we all know independent living program does not start at age 18 and above. It would start right from the beginning when parents start teaching their child how to use a washroom or what should be his toileting schedule. Making him independent day by day. But for us as a parents, that period, initial period of 5 to 6 years goes into doctor shopping or denial or a stage where we do not accept our children. So we lose much of our period where our children can learn much better and grow faster and develop much better. So here we are talking about abilities and knowledge to my capacity. And this is an essential skill for all of us. And if I ask how many of us are independent here in this hall, are we all independent? Yes. So, to my own capacity, to my own ability to learn and use my knowledge. Right? So, it is also when do we need this? In normal scenario, when we are moving out, transitioning from our parents' shelter to live independently or without them, or for our people with disability, it is also a situation when we say this COVID happened. This need was so much seen in the families, they wanted a place or they wanted a child to be independently functioning in their house when they are fighting with the COVID situation. Right? Or when there is a time then they want my child should be independent. How should I turn my child to be independent over the one night or 1 month? Right? So there are the situations when there's a loss in a family member or the parents are sick. So this is all is needed when a person has to come up to the ability to the maximum ability they can perform. So the objective here I definitely talk about is what is the objective of getting it trained, right? So that we can be independent and we can make our own choices in our lives, avail all the options available and have control of our own lives. As Neeraji shared in her presentation, that this is a journey which we may say self-advocacy, advocacy to self-advocacy, right? So what does it give? It gives dignity, gives you control, prepares you for the future, and so you are more in your control and you enjoy your life more. When we talk about, we all as professionals or parents, we know these domains very well. Here I'm going to talk to you about, because I have spent 10 years now, 11 years. When we created assisted living facility, we created curriculums. We did not find those curriculums in our B.Ed or in our vocational training courses, right? Nobody in this courses would teach you how to train a person when the person is in sleep and want to go to the washroom at night. What support this person will need, what services you need to create. When the person from the institute at 5 reaches home, how this person is going to manage within the family. So the structure or the discipline this person learns has to be translated in the different environments. It can be a work environment, it can be a home environment, it can be a family environment when you have to go and stay with your family, extended family. So small thing I will talk about is personal care. And normally we know that it's a bathing, grooming, toileting, all those things. But small thing we sometimes forget to see in our curriculums is that whether we have taught this child, the need is there, we see the child right from the room going to the toilet, he started undressing. Right? The person uses the washroom, does not void it properly, then comes out half addressed, it's not there. So there are certain things where in housekeeping, we have to do lots of work around this, because if you have to teach an adult for housekeeping skills, the first barrier comes from the family. Second barrier comes as a gender. Is my son going to do the dusting and cleaning? You have to do lots of counseling. You have to work a lot with the family. First, for them to accept as a society norm, yes, my son can also do all those chores. What all he can do from the 10 listed jobs? What all responsibilities he can take? Cooking. First thing strikes to the parents is that, oh, very risky. We don't want him to cook. We do not want him to go to the kitchen. What if when nobody is there, he cannot even take a glass of water for himself? Because we became the barrier for them. Then same thing is translated in institutes also, until otherwise you advocate for it. Parents would put all that pressure. Please don't put him in the kitchen work. Don't give him anything for the cutting and vegetable and cleaning the vegetable work. So here as a society we have to see all together what opportunities we are bringing it for them on the table. Similarly, if I talk about money matters, money concept, yes, I agree. In a previous sharing, they can be taught number concept to the level, money concept to the level, but a case study I will share with you. We had a resident in 2012. He used to hardly talk. He used to hardly communicate. But when we had that activity in this facility, that everybody who's going to work, take the responsibility, is going to earn. This gradually started. And people who were little aware about the money, they were little aware about what you can get out of this in exchange of the money, were the first pickers. But this boy, after 8 years, when we were giving pocket money to people and they were putting in their piggy banks and signing for it, he started saying, "Mera paisa kahan hai?" Right? At least asking for it. At least knowing the value. It might have taken years, but he was put into the situation where repeated inputs were going into his brain, repeated things were happening so that he could see And visually he could see this is something happening. They are taking out money and then buying chips. They are going out then buying biscuits. So this something has a value where I can exchange for my needs. Health, definitely we might think that they do not understand that I have some health situation right now. They may not know how to express. There's this pain in my stomach, there's a pain in my foot. But when you talk to them about it, when you start informing them about it, as we talked about it in our previous presentation, that you have to inform them first how to understand this situation, how to express this situation, and then what results, what impact the situation is going to give it to you. They very well understand what is happening on my body or for myself. Here I talk to you about my daughter. She is severely challenged, she is visually impaired, she is physically impaired. But she makes all the choices for food. She makes all the choices for when she wants to go out. She knows her schedule. At evening, she has to go out for 1 hour. She makes sure that she is taken out during that time. So it was even learning for me also. When you kept on talking about it, then she started picking it up. And may not relate to the time, but her body clock has taken a time based on the activities. Socialization, we say, but I would like to ask from all of you, how many of them are actually themselves able to make friends? "10 years we have seen for them to find connect with each other. Socialization, they love in the manner of going out for party, going out to mall to eat, right? Going and taking a different transport, enjoying there. But yes, depends on if family and our programs provide them with opportunity to create a buddy system. And believe me, when we tell them, okay, this is something, an activity, but what is the benefit you are going to get of it? What is the benefit you will lose when you are not indulging in this activity? And they make a choice and they make a correct choice. This is one of the residents. She loves to do all the makeup, dressing up and everything. But when she is trained to take care of herself or small kids, she is excellent. So you have to, and another very important aspect I have learned in this journey is that we forget to teach our friends, look at the mirror, see yourself in the mirror and judge whether you are dressed up properly or not. I don't think many of them get an opportunity to see themselves in the morning in the mirror, to start learning how should I look like, what my appearance should be. But when we go out, we say, go and see in the mirror. Is your specs in the right place? But we have missed to teach them. You have to see yourself in the mirror. Maintaining hygiene, they learn. Yes, you have to adopt. You have to simplify. but they will definitely learn, and if they will not be able to do it themselves, but they will be able to express the discomfort. Tell the caregiver that this is not comforting me, this is not right, I don't accept this. Housekeeping. We trained 2 adults in housekeeping thinking that they will become an assistant to a housekeeping staff. But you believe me, in 6 months they learned how to operate washing machines, do all the steps, and even fold the clothes and keep individual clothes separately, identifying the labels. In 6 months, we removed the staff and they had a complete hold of the housekeeping department there. So the same effort, yes, we know, we have to see if their health or some conditions do interfere in their working capacities. We have to acknowledge that also. But since then, we have been training other adults also, whether male or female. Various things you have, making beds, laundry folding, and they may not do everything, but they may do much more, many more activities than that. Simply even taking ration from the stores, putting into the containers, cutting vegetables, washing vegetables, simple things, but they do find a value into it. And they find like this has what it has actually helped, in the given years, engaging them, giving them responsibility in all those things. After 10 years, they call that their own home. So it is there are small activities for them to connect where they can make a choice, where they can take a decision, they can play a role of a teacher. They love to be a teacher. Always says क्या करना है, मुझे ये सर बनना है. So सर बनने के लिए क्या क्या करना है? So become an assistant first. So involve them into small chores. She is one of the person within the house. She was never allowed to do anything in the kitchen. She can now make recipes. She can make methi aloo. She can make bhindi. She can do a lot more dishes now. She wanted to do it, but there was a barrier at home. Simple thing, learning to serve. Sometimes they only learn to serve themselves. Serving others, doing things for others. We need to teach them. It's not only you're always the takers, you also need to give. And sensitizing them, making them aware about their health conditions. Telling them in this simple manner, yes, you are supposed to, because you have some problem, you have to take these medication. Give them the medicine planners. It helps at least for them to know that this is my medicine time. After breakfast, I have to take medicine. After dinner, I have to take medicine. And believe me, if they know that they have to take the medicine, they may not know what medicine it is, how many numbers of medicines they are taking, but they definitely know medicine has to be given to them. Even asking for help. Because sometimes we also know that some of our friends, the sensation to pain, it's less for them. Or the expressions are delayed. They might have been facing it for a day or so, but when it becomes extreme, then you see in their facial expressions. then you see they read their body language. For as a parent, I might read that, but sibling may not be able to read. Relative may not be able to read. So we need to, in our communication, in our daily life, we have to, even in our institutionalized setup, we have to teach them. These are the daily needs. As I was talking about the money concept, yes, they may not operate banks, they may not be able to operate funds which parents might leave it for them, but yes, they may definitely know this is money, this brings something for us. And at least recognizing money and finding the value of money in their life. This is money related, taking them to the shop, taking to the vending machine, milk vending machine. Make them experience. Social skills, you have to create activities around that. You have to create environment. You have to make a environment which brings that healthy relationship among themselves. In our group, they have started planning for their events. They have started planning for their birthdays. They get involved. What is to be like will be there as a birthday gift? What will be there? They will do present to this person. What all we need to order? What all we need to get it prepared in the kitchen? Planning is not that which comes only after 18 or you teach them. What I believe is planning comes when they are small, when they are not getting a chocolate from the parent in the shop, they know how to behave. That is, their mind starts working backwards. अब मैं क्या करूँगा? I'll cry or I'll shout or I'll create all that situation where my parent will ultimately buy a chocolate for me. You have to channelize those thoughts properly. As we all saw in our previous presentations, there's scope for work. Whether you earn out of that, whether you do not earn monetary terms, but respect within your family. You may not earn money, but you may be a productive member in your family. I'll give you another example. In one of our person, mother was on bed for last 6 years. This adult turned as a caretaker to the mother. And the family found a value later that yes, we cannot send this person to the residential facility because we do not have to hire an attendant in place of this. Till the mother passed away, this adult worked day and night for mother as an attendant. Which means he took care of all the medicines, he took care of all the toiletry needs of the mother, he took care of all the food related needs. So this is how you can put them into challenge also sometimes. You give them opportunity, see how their brain works. Disciplining, time management, as we said, you put a structure to their day. Plan the day with themselves. They are better time managers than us. Transportation, yes, it is a challenge. All over India, it's a challenge for them to take a public transport. Definitely, it's a challenge. But if we see the mobility, start with that, going out to the shop and reaching out to the place, knowing at least I can go independently. Nowadays it has become very simple. Most of them have started learning use of mobile. So they can how to book a cab for themselves. You can monitor, you can see whether they have reached to the destination. So technology has got lots of opportunities for them. Safety, definitely in every area you have to teach safety to them, and they know also. And you will realize when you know, if they get burnt once, they will definitely not try it second time, like we have learned ourselves. But how to use the equipments, how to use the gadgets with safety is our responsibility to teach them. Not to make that an alien equipment for them. So as I said, we can teach them critical thinking also. They do it. They may not be able to do it in every situation, but they will definitely do it when they are and the situations are related to themselves or even parents. I have seen if I am sick and I am if limping, they will definitely come and tell me, "Ma'am, kya hua? Are you not feeling well? Should I give you medicine?" So their brain is working. It's not that they are just observing. They're analyzing my situation. They are offering me solutions. So that is why we need to understand how to read them. How are they operating? At what platform they are operating? So we have to reach to that platform to take them further. As I said, kitchen. Now kitchen is not a kitchen, only you have to use a gas stove. There's a microwave, there are induction cookers, there's OTGs. There are so many equipments are there where at least they can cook something for themselves and feed themselves for a meal. So you need to give them exposure to make them independent. Small activities, planning for the event, like you can see in Muskan, we definitely involve them. They do the entire placement of whatever the furniture and things are required, they will do it. Now we have a cafeteria, F&B group, we have a training group where they take care of entire F&B. Whatever events happen. So you need to talk to them. And first thing you have to teach them, you have to learn is listening skills. When you listen to them, then they will start accepting you. If you are not listening to them attentively, they will not accept you. You will not be able to guide them. Even non-verbal. We have people who are non-verbal, but they are in a group where the environment is pushing them to talk. They're pushing it to express the way. They'll find their own ways to express. This boy who was not talking at all, when joined, is not talks a lot. And last we experienced when his mother passed away, we went to their house for condolence, and this boy was sitting at one corner. Everybody was busy in everything. The moment he saw us, he was talking to us. Everybody was stunned in the family. Does he talk? Because nobody was taking the initiative to talk to him. Here the environment was such that he had to speak. So those are the kind of experiences even families and society don't realize. Here we are talking about self-advocacy. The first is self-awareness. They need to know their interests. They need to know their strength. They need to know their preferences. So, not taking much of your time, I'll just play a small where an advocate is talking about himself. Can I increase the voice? Can you increase the voice, please?
उसके बाद फिर 8 बजे मेरे अंदर दवाई देते 8 बजे वो दवाई दे मैं 6 से 8:30 9 बजे करता हूँ। उसके बाद फिर 8 बजे मेरे अंदर दवाई देते 8 बजे वो दवाई देके अपनी जो ड्यूटी है वो ड्यूटी करके 9 बजे हम नीचे जाते हैं। 9 बजे जाके अपना यूनिट में काम देते। उसके बाद फिर काम देने के बाद वो नीचे स्पोर्ट्स कराते। उसके बाद फिर 11 बजे ऊपर आ जाते हैं परमिशन लेके 11 बजे आके अपना जो हमारे संजीव सर हमें काम देते हैं वो करते हैं। फिर उसके बाद फिर वीकेंड पर जब छुट्टी का दिन होता है तो छुट्टी के दिन हम मेरे साथ में रोज सर के साथ लॉन्ड्री यूनिट में काम करते हैं। जैसे मशीन चलाना, मशीन चलाना, कपड़े वॉश करना, कपड़ों को धोना, लेकिन बगैर किसी की मदद लिए। कपड़े धोने के बाद फिर वो जब बोलते हैं कि रोहित सर वहीं पर चलो मेरे साथ, उनके साथ जाके कपड़े पर सुखाते हैं रोड पर। उसके बाद अपने कपड़े तय करते हैं और फिर उसके बाद किसी का बर्थडे होता है तो बर्थडे भी ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं। किसी स्टाफ का बर्थडे होता है वो बर्थडे भी ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं। बर्थडे पर केक कटवाते हैं, उसके बाद गुब्बारे लगवाते हैं। उसके बाद फिर उनसे वो केक काटते हैं, ताली बजाते हैं, डांस भी करते हैं। और अपने जब भी बोलते हैं हमारे राजकुमार सर भी घूमने चलो तो अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ हम सर घूमने भी जाते हैं। जिसमें कभी मॉल जाना, वहाँ पे मॉल जाते हैं। मॉल में वहाँ बैठ के अपने स्टाफ के साथ, दोस्तों के साथ वहाँ पे वो ये बर्गर जो भी है वो खाते हैं। उसके बाद फिर जब अपने इस घर को आशानिया बोलते हैं, इस घर में रहते हैं। घर में मेरे 2 दोस्त भी हैं, बिंदु है, राधा। बिंदु है, हमारे बहुत सारे दोस्त हैं, बिंदु, अनुराग, बहुत सारे फ्रेंड्स हैं। उनके लिए ये चादर बिछाते हैं, सुबह बैठ के चादर बिछाना है, चादर उठाना। तो जो हम वीकेंड पर जो हम काम करते हैं रोहित सर के साथ, उसका इस रोहित सर को पैसा मिलता है। वो पैसे जोड़ लेते हैं। उसी पैसे से जब मेरी सीमा मैडम होती है तो उनके साथ अभी बाजार जाते हैं या तो उनको पैसा दे देते हैं, उसी की बैग पे डाल देती है। तो और उसके बाद फिर बर्थडे भी मनाते हैं। और नीचे जो कोई सेलिब्रेशन होता है जैसे क्रिसमस का हुआ या नए साल का हुआ तो वो भी मैं प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइजर उसका प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज करता हूँ। उसका मुझे इससे आगे तो मैं तो एक समय जो है। थैंक यू।
So it's basically, it's experience-based learning. It cannot be theoretical, it has to be experience-based learning. So I only have to say only this much, that don't judge each day by the harvest you reap, but by the seeds you plant. whatever efforts every day you will make, you will find that you are giving an opportunity to them to grow and become independent to the level best it's possible. Thank you so much for patiently hearing me out.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. Wow, that was really very captivating information, whatever you have given just now. Thank you so much, ma'am, for an enlightening and information presentation. Thank you so much. Give a huge round of applause. Energetic clap, guys, please. I think everyone feeling a little low, right? But this information is really, really needed for us. So please give a huge round of applause.
We'll keep after the complete sessions. You can continue for the
I would like to call Shilpa ma'am to give away the memento. To Seema Chadda ma'am. Yeah, please.
Now I would like to invite Dr. Sridhar Bodapati, founder and CEO of EdInquiries. Use of e-learning for teaching vocational skills to the students with intellectual and developmental disabilities.
Good evening, everybody. Those who are awake, it's good evening. Yeah, so I've been asked to make everybody do some exercise, it seems, like facing what we call technically as somnolence. So let me try to see if we can ease it a bit. So most of you would have heard the word e-learning, right? Can somebody tell me what it is? You want to interact? So e-learning, everybody in the pandemic period thought e-learning is about an online teacher who is teaching something across on a Zoom call or something, right? That is what is e-learning to majority of the people. And they would often say it was the mom who was attending the class, if the child was away, or the mom was not around, the child was browsing or playing his favorite video game. So that was a form of e-learning. So what you're seeing online right now is PWIDs.com. This is a company that I started. It's an e-learning company, primarily oriented for students with special needs. Primarily, I would say intellectual disabilities, and I use the word students because when I started off, I thought it's for children, but later on I realized that adults are using it. Or rather, NIPMED, National Institute for Empowering a Person with Multiple Disabilities, which I often remember is NIPID with an M, right? So NIPID without the I and with the M in place asked EdQueries that can you use your platform for teaching our adults who are about to start vocations to learn some of the skills that our previous speaker was talking about. So I was wondering, why does an adult need to learn addition, subtraction, and measurement and all that? And then we realized that for every vocation before you start it, you need to know some basic concepts, Okay, and we also realize, and this has been an Equery's vision, that you have to make learning fun, and that is nothing to do with special education. Education in general, and I'm making a very strong statement here. From my childhood, quite often education was actually boring. You were asked to sit in a classroom for 40 minutes and listen to a lecture, and the books were plain black and white printed. You could not visualize anything. Physics, chemistry was all diagrams and calculations for us. There was nothing much interactive. So to the extent possible, we would like to make learning fun, so that when the Zoom call is on or some other e-learning is going on, the child is actually playing this game rather than his own favorite video game. So we also did what is called gamification of education. Gamification, what does a video game mean to a child? Or that you are achieving something, you are getting a medal for that, you got point systems, and if you are working with others then your score is higher than their score. So that competition and that feeling of winning itself is a motivational factor. So various concepts you are seeing on screen. I'll try to make this session interactive. I had a PowerPoint, but I thought maybe let's all try it in a different way. So here we are talking about money concepts. Okay, this is a site and we call it adquaries.com. We have another one for academies and institutes. It's a bit more formal. So here we are going to get into the shopping game. So I also call Adquaries as the Netflix of e-learning, in the sense that we are a library. So you will never see the first activity or game that you see and decide whether it's good or bad, because this is a library. You may not like the first book in there, but somebody else has liked it. We are always making this library based on feedback from parents and teachers. Okay? And so, do we have audio? So this is the first screen of the money. We always use the word game for our students. Because the moment they hear the word game,
and a ball for 7 rupees. Give the money to the shopkeeper.
So this is a game, and we deliberately use Indian money because we are trying to Indianize our content. Many students in urban centers are learning dollars and cents in a country where they are using rupees and pesos, right? So this is about money and transactions. So how is it different from a visual with an animation? A lot of people use YouTube videos, and that's when the child, you don't know whether he's looking at it, whether he's involved. And maths is not about viewing, it's about doing. So here what happens is you have to interact. Here I am on a laptop, so I am using mouse. So it's on a browser. If you have your own device, whatever hardware, you can use it. You can use it on a touch screen, you can use it on a tablet. Mobile will work, but you don't suggest because it's too small a screen for somebody to even look at it properly.
You purchase a ribbon for 12 rupees and a ball for 7 rupees. Give the money to the shopkeeper.
So how much is it, please? Somebody? 90. Since you wanted exercises, I thought let us keep it simple. Okay, 7 more to go. 5. So adults also find the new notes and coins a bit confusing. 2. This is done. Okay, now we need to submit.
Good job. You got a ribbon and a ball.
So this good job and all these kind of words.
You purchase a pencil for 7 rupees and an eraser for 2 rupees.
Son wants you to say
Give the
good job
money
for
to the
every household.
shopkeeper.
So they get so used to it. And this continues. So I will not continue with this game unless you request me.
You purchased a pencil for 7 rupees and an eraser for 2 rupees. Give the money to the shopkeeper.
How much do I need to give? 9. So suppose I give this, let me see what happens.
The cost of the pencil is 7 rupees and the cost of the eraser is 2 rupees. 7 plus 2 is equal to 9. So we give a 5 rupees coin and a 2 rupees coin. That makes 7 rupees. Finally, we give another 2 rupees coin for a total of 9 rupees. Let's try the next one.
So what we have done
You
over here
purchase
is
a piece of cake for 8 rupees and a chocolate for 5 rupees. Give the money to the
Teachers
shopkeeper.
have been teaching in their workbooks, in the classroom lectures and all that. Here we want them to play for themselves. When they are making a mistake, a little bit of a hint or an explanation is given. But for them, this is a game which they are trying to win. There's a score at the end, then you get a if they are not winning, this is a cheat code. So they have been given a hint. So the next time they play, they know what to do. So this whole aspect of reversing the whole teaching process is helping out because they are not being challenged by it. And there are multiple attempts. There is no time limit, there is no stress on them, and as many times as they want, they can play. So if you see like this money concept has started right from the identification of money, sorting money, and then gradually building up to add 1 rupee, add 2 rupees and all that till we come to this level. Then some parents ask me why only 10 rupees, what about 100 rupees and all that, so we added that. As I said, we are feedback based. So we keep doing this. The other question was, is English language a barrier? Yes, to a certain extent in our country, English is a barrier for a lot of people. But so far our experience has been in urban centers, in urban slums we have been using it. And most of the places that we are using that they are non-English speakers. Because of the visuals, the children are able to manage it. We are making further efforts to add other languages. But the country being so big and so many languages, it's going to take time. Okay, so this was just one activity. Like this, we have around 1500 odd activities of various topics. So let me go back.
Can you show something on life skills?
Yeah, so again, so life skills for us, what does it mean? Initially, we started with a separate category called life skills, but soon we realized math at this level, this money is also a life skill. So our entire academics, we are now considering it as a life skill and creating all life skill oriented concepts.
Is there anything apart from academics?
Yeah, sure. So for example, shopping. Okay, money, shopping, then directions. Okay, how to communicate, all those are there. So I'll give you a quick tour. I can't show you all the activities. Feel free to go through yourself. Some of the ones which were popular, which we have, and all these are made after considering a particular student. So it's been a slowly growing library. My wife said it's an arthritic snail which has been developed slowly. But yes, because we are trying to understand each and every student and how the special needs community need to learn. So what works for one student doesn't work for the other. Okay, so I'll show a series of examples. I'll only show probably 1 or 2 screens of each one and then we'll move past. My original intention was to present some kind of a paper to students we have studied, but then I thought the audience.
In this game, listen to the audio carefully and select the correct place in the superstore.
So today there are a lot of
Then,
supermarkets
click
and
submit.
superstores where things are
The listen
labeled.
again button
So
to
here we are
hear
actually
the audio
checking the
once
concept
more.
of generalization. Right? Because when so shopping cart is here, to touch it. So this is a touch-based game.
Well
You touch the
done.
object.
Onions.
So onions here, you're not expecting them to visually see the onions, but do they know under which category the onions are placed? Because when they go to the superstore, the label on top will not say onions, it will say vegetables. So that is why this concept is there.
And that's also a cognitive skills.
Yeah, so we are combining. Now the other reason why this academics also here is, if you realize while this game is being played, the child is not even able to read the label. That means you have to go back to English. And this has happened to us. We were doing a project for an NGO called Antarbhava in Bangalore for adults. So they were being placed in shop and doing the bag making and all that. So then came up this topic that they don't know numbers. They don't know how to read a label. So then all these concepts were related to, and the most important thing is to personalize education. So the curriculum has to be per child now. If the child is already good at math, I'm not going to teach him math. What is the weakness? What is the hobby? What does he like to see? We have to understand the student and then tailor-make the curriculum. So here if you see the topics, there is selecting a cheapest item, costliest item. Can they compare cheap and costly? Do they know their numbers? Okay, then we also have think and shop. So you're going to think which one is cheaper, should I give this or get back the change. Do they understand the concept of what is change? So a similar money game is there. This one, expiry date. So just to introduce the concept. So we have 2 games here which are very important. One is the MRP game and one is the expiry date. Because the particular student whom I was talking about in my study was about an adult who is going to work in a shop. So she needs to know that there is something called an MRP, right? And there is something called an expiry date. You are storing goods in your shop, you need to know there is an expiry date. So what we did here is we purchased a lot of photographs and we tried to make it as realistic as possible. So this is a tough one. So many of our games are superbly simplified so that they are not at all realistic, but this one is actually quite realistic. To the rest of my knowledge. So why do we have those
In
restart
this
resume
game,
buttons?
read the question, then select the correct
So
answer.
if you see this box, this is as close as you can get to a realistic expression. So we have
Then click submit.
so every
Answer.
what I call as a game or activity will have around 10 screens. Why 10 or 12 and why not more? Because many of our students have the attention deficit component. So keeping that in place, we have kept it short. If they are in a good mood, you continue. And also in e-learning, for those who are interested in e-learning, there's a concept called blended learning. Means you show these things and then you show the real thing also. That's when they will be able to correlate with the real world. Show a real box with a label and show this. And there's something called a flipped classroom. Means whatever you are currently teaching in classroom, that you let them do it at home. In the classroom when they come, they're actually just playing these games or answering your questions. There you do actual projects. So a lot of our schools whom we are working with, we tell them to do this as a homework. This is a fun homework for them, rather than doing a mechanical, book-based homework. So read the menu card, read the bill. Again, this actually came to me from the Tamil Nadu curriculum. So we are working in a mainstream school in Tamil Nadu, where the curriculum textbook has this. And this I feel is actually a life skill. You go to a place, you are producing a menu, you need to know what is costly, what is cheap, and how do I read the menu card. So all are visuals to the extent possible, and some are text based because you have to do both. So
in this game, read the menu card carefully and answer the questions.
So which is the costliest item?
Then click submit.
Read the bill, read the tailor's card. So this is all about that. Okay, so as I said, we are continuously adding to the curriculum and learning. So now some of the problems that madam you stated right now are already in my mind and thinking of games, like safety and medicine and things like that. This is an infinity kind of curriculum. So every day we have to think of other problems. So let me see what else we have. So the tour itself will take us time. So anytime you are extremely bored, please clap twice. Okay, understanding time, daily routine, personal hygiene, task analysis. So these are all there. Identifying hours on the hour on the clock. Now all of these are also related in the curriculum component. Okay, hand washing, task analysis, vocational skills like size estimation. So now it turns out everything is a pre-vocational skill. When we started, it was only this part. Okay, communication skills we have, especially for students on this spectrum, autism spectrum, we have reading facial expression. So we have got the people angry faces and sad faces, actual faces. Okay, we also have emoticons. So, so expressive communication, listening skills, when being polite, the golden words we call them, saying hello, sorry, thank you, good morning, and all that. Science we have from the curriculum perspective. English we have all the sight words and sentence formation, very basic. But what we also do is every time we build certain curriculum, what we are also thinking of it, how to make it a bit more entertaining. And for vocabulary for us is Indian vocabulary. So including in the vocabulary roti and idli, that is also vocabulary for us. And we have simplified vocabulary. The idealist student may call it auto rickshaw, but in real life we call it auto in India. In India, everybody knows what is auto. So in our vocabulary, that is there. There is an auto and there is a fridge. There is no refrigerator. Okay, so we have taken those liberties and we have learned from our students that this is what we need to do. So vocabulary again is based on demand from special educators, things at home, things at school, things outside, stuff like that. Then for adult students, again one of the adult students who was there with us, he was actually distributing newspapers in the morning. So the teacher said that he needs to understand directions. Okay, because when you go out, somebody will say that house is behind the temple. Now what is temple and what is behind the temple? So we have that in the curriculum as part of the positions and all that. But here we made it a bit more interesting. We gave him like kind of 3D figure. We cannot put realistic pictures here, but you will see the images coming up. Why do do we have this resume and restart? Because the attention deficit could be so much that even in those 10 screens the student may run away. So you as a teacher would then decide whether you want to resume or you want to use this lower button restart.
Listen carefully and select the place. Touch this button to listen again.
And I'll tell you the Indian context how it comes.
First house on the left.
I'll quickly do this one.
Excellent. House above the bookshop. Well done. Second shop on the right. Very good. First floor of house next to the
This
cafe.
is the Indian context. What is first floor in India is probably a different one in a Western country, right? So we have the cafe here. First floor of house.
First floor of house next to the
Next to the
cafe.
cafe. So what is the next is a very generic word. के बगल में है, आसपास है, the Hindi words related to that. So these three houses, at least to my knowledge, are next to the cafe. The only one which has the first floor is this one. So when the teacher came to us with this problem, these are some of the images and problem statements that we thought of. Then we spoke to our team of designers and came up with something. So even why I am telling you this, that even today we get feedback from our student community. So the more feedback we get and the more problem statements we get, we visualize a particular simple interactive activity. Okay, and the interactions again could be of various levels. For example, today morning we were playing here nearby school is a treasure hunt for shapes. See, the word treasure hunt and game brings a different level of engagement than I say match the following. Fill in the blanks. That looks more textbookish. Whereas a treasure hunt for shapes is a very interesting concept. Again, I confess that when I showed it in another particular school, they said the background has to be further simplified. We thought we have simplified it. They wanted further simplified. So we take that feedback. Little things like that. I'll tell you what I mean. So certain students in the spectrum or certain multiple disability students can have challenges when the background is a bit complex. Okay? So because it's an academic conference, I'm telling you all this. Because we as members of the community...
Listen carefully and touch the correct item to get a gem. If you collect 10 gems, you get a treasure chest. Hi, choose the character you want to be.
So now you as a special educator could pause here and talk about identity. Do you think about yourself? What do you think you are? You are a boy or a girl. Why do you like to pick this right now? How are you dressed? So this happened in our Richmond activity that we did, where the teachers went beyond what was there on the screen. See, today's challenge for the special educator when you're doing an online or a classroom material, I am not a good artist. Now you quickly want me to draw a tiger, I cannot draw a tiger. And that you are talking about a child with special needs will not see a tiger in their life, and I have to draw a tiger. So why not have something which is ready? Right? So teachers have told me this. So a ready-made curriculum.
Listen carefully and touch the correct object to get a gem. Find the triangle.
So there are so many objects here, you want to touch the triangle.
That's right. You get a gem.
So the problem was with the trees in the background. So we are planning to decrease the trees now. See, whatever we do, we are already trying to decrease.
Find the square.
Why is different from other e-learning software is the amount of distractors that we are there, we are minimizing. Audio only when it is required. Visual only when it is required. So my designers get tempted. So we keep trying to harness them. So I call it this is as sambar with less masala. So you have to make it entertaining, but at the same time decrease those elements. So there is no Mickey Mouse in the background which is coming in and a bird dancing. The moment you call any designer, the first thing when they say, okay, children, have crackers, have Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck dancing. Even so many, I don't want to name the commercial ads or the others, but you will see that. So here we don't have it. So the entertainment has to be derived from the educational concept itself.
No, that's not it. This is the square.
So they are learning by making mistakes. Here again we tell parents, don't try to score 100% at the first time. Let them learn by making mistakes. Okay? So this has levels.
That's right.
So this is a typical video game structure. It has levels and all that. We have other more complex video games where multiplication problems are coming as enemy rockets and you have to fire.
Find the circle.
So there are all sorts of activities. So what we do is the moment we realize that a particular game type is working for our students, we will make similar ones with them. So it becomes a template on which I can replace these shapes with some alphabet, something like that. For example, I'll end with the actual demo right now, and then I'll go back to. So for those who want to continue seeing this, you just have to go and click on the free trial button on the home page to get 2 weeks of free trial. After this, we have a subscription-based package. As I said, we have the Netflix of this model. Okay. The advantage is that we are also getting input from different special educators and experts across the country who are using it and in the world also. So what is happening is the central library of curated content. And again, as I said, it's a library. You may like the first book, you may like the second book, or you may hate all of them and ask for a third book. So you have the freedom. So click the free trial button, fill the form, and you get it. So as I said, 1,500 plus educational games. Okay, I'll show you some variety in the concept called sight words. People often ask me, do you have sight words? The first thing that we talk about English. And I understand why, because English is the Tamil language. And why am I showing you? I'm trying to show you the variety that we try to achieve to help the students learn. So we begin with listen and learn. It is nothing but a straightforward presentation of these other words. Okay, then we do what is a typical sight word selection. To show the words and ask them to select. Hear it and select. Okay.
Select am. Am.
You have to select this. Okay. So this is a simple selection. You're listening and select. So again, you're using all the senses as far as possible. There's an auditory and there is a visual, there's a touch also. If you have a touch screen, you're actually going in. Then we are doing a matching. Now again, our intention here is not for them to win it or lose it, but we are deliberately making them learn while they are thinking it is entertainment. So yesterday I did this experiment. There was a neurotypical child watching YouTube in the train. In the train, the most common and famous entertainment for children is YouTube. Parents are very happy handing over their mobile phone. So I handed over this. And then she happily played this. I said, this is a better form of replacement. YouTube, there is nothing wrong with it. There is education content also over there.
Drag a word
Parents today
onto the matching word on the other side.
Concept of giving away YouTube. So here what we have done, the trick that we have played here is, first of all, you see the font is
Then click submit.
This is the closest font you get in software. This is the closest to what children write in school. Okay, so here what we have done is, if you place it correctly, the audio will tell you the word.
2.
If you place it in the wrong place, it will not. So there is a subtle hint being given because they are beginning learners. We want them to win. The other feedback that one parent gave me, they always do matching left to right. So we had to change the game. We had got it the other way.
2.
Okay. Even if one thing is wrong, then we say it's all wrong and we show them the answers. So this was single selection, multi-selection, matching done. Then we have this interesting one called memory game. I'll show you this. So we have all seen this as children, where you write something on cards and put them upside down. So we have, because it's a browser, the advantage is you do Control plus of zoom and you can enlarge it like that. The browser has a function of zooming in. So these are cards which are placed and you have to match them. We placed only 6 cards because we want to keep it a bit simple. So you match it. Now do understand that this I could use it for anything else. It's a template. What is the last one which we need to answer? Just checking whether there is. Okay, you can reset it. Okay. Then you have something called find the words. All those who are speaking, please raise your hands. So I do control minus. This was quite popular. I was surprised. Again, people throw surprises that this thing is very popular and available on the textbook. So here you have to read the word on the side and find it in this grid. Again, what we have done is we have not taken all the diagonals and all that. So we don't want to teach our children that you can write diagonally. And we have not gone the other way. So you have to do this. If you don't find all of them, you check it. And you say source solution, it will show. And it will reset. So again, this is the famous one. So in all our curriculum, we include it. Wherever possible, we give it. So by the end of, so this is for one set of sight words that we have given this much variety. If they were to do all this, I am sure they will learn this set of sight words at least. Similarly, after the sight words, we have fill in the blanks of sight words. Now coming to comprehension, a very important topic in our presentation is we have got picture comprehension and reading comprehension. Picture comprehension has been extremely popular, so I am showing you. So one parent did complain, how do you expect the child to comprehend? I said, are you comprehending? If you are comprehending, then you will try to make the child also comprehend. So it is a realistic challenge. So this is sight words, phrases and sentences where they fill in the blanks with the sight words they have learned. Okay. So if you look at it from a curriculum perspective, then it is probably an OBA or OBE that level. But what we found is this is the most useful content for life. The basic money addition, subtraction, basic addition, multiplication, curriculum like integral calculus is not required for. And even if I don't know what is there in Mahabalipuram, I can still read my life.
Look at this picture then, answer the question.
So we have to look at this picture and we are supposed to answer a few questions. So the parent asked me, do you think my child will be able to figure out why that man is sitting over? So parents often underestimate their children. I've seen it a lot in special kids with the experience, limited experience that I have. So the child was able to answer. You see, we are giving audio support for the viewing readers.
In his house, in his car,
so the child was able to answer.
Next to a lake.
So, like this is a set of 10 questions. Like this, we have around 15 such picture comprehension going to different levels of abstraction. When we reach the level of what questions to why questions. Why it is happening. For example, there are models walking on the ramp. What are they doing? Right? So, they need to comprehend such things. Now, all this we are trying to connect to a vocational skill. See, for example, there are a lot of games. I will stop showing the games now. There's about measurement, capacity, volume. So you're talking about soap making. They need to understand that there is something called a volume and a size. Right? So those basic concepts, if you're quickly able to cover, however much time it may take for that particular child. So we need to personalize from this set of 1500 odd activities. You select what that child needs, that adult student needs to know, quickly revise before he starts the vocation. So that's what the whole thing was about, which we did with Nickmed. So Nickmed shared this with me. So I'm in the presentation. So now I'm actually getting into the topic. So this was the project which we had actually done with Nickmed during the COVID pandemic time, where adult students from their house had joined. Leonard Cheshire had sponsored this, and volunteers from the Accenture software company were actually helping the students use the software. Okay, so in our study, we are talking about the study has been prepared by one Mrs. Sydney Vasu, who is based in Noida, the principal of a special needs school. She has an 18-year-old boy with autism as a student, moderate intellectual disability, who is receiving training for grinding masalas, spices, measuring and packing them. So the keyword here was measuring and packing. Okay, he's also learning how to create handmade soaps. Then there is a 13-year-old lady with a history of a seizure disorder, poor motor coordination and balance. She was also taught pre-vocational skills, and she was also considered as a slow learner. Now the slow learner is a very generic term according to me, but we don't have the full details of what exactly the reason was. She was also needed to be taught personal hygiene and cleanliness. Now again, some of these concepts may not be related to the vocation, but if you are planning to stand outside, you need to know this. Madam, as the previous speaker has spoken about this. So prior to their starting these vocations, the teacher has used e-learning to teach some of these skills and quickly enlist, like numeracy and counting, sequencing, what comes first, second and later, multiplication, ordinal numbers first, second, last, these words, fractions, and these are students based in the Delhi region. So English was not the barrier here, and often teachers then tell them as to what these words mean. Comparison, what is more, less, right? Basic comprehension for understanding written instructions, patterns. Patterns are very useful even to understand multiplication. Nowadays, maths teaches first each pattern. Okay, date and time concept, directions, left hand, right hand, that concept. Task, how much time a task would take, right? Money concepts and shopping tools, various tools are there when you do a vocation. So some of those commonly used tools, their names and what is the purpose. Social skills like friendship, being polite, and teamwork. You know that others are going to be around you. Safety measures, safety in the house, in the workplace, communication skills. So majority of this she used the e-learning application. Some she has used by her own methods of teaching. So this is what one of the screen graphs of the MRP. Here it is a superbly simplified MRP. She was surprised at the child. I said, of course we will be able to do this. But then it is an introduction to the concept. So there is something called an MRP. After that, the MRP level for all of us is a treasure hunt. The expiry date, adding money. This is fraction. A very complicated topic, fraction. But at least they need to know what you mean by half. Right? You say cut it into half. People will quickly say it, but what is that half, 1/4? That one. Length. Then I showed you the short tools. Then this is about a map. So the map is not just about learning a map, but also about comprehension. That something can be codified and presented in the form of a visual, and you need to understand it, and it is connected to the real world. So there's a lot of concepts involved when we talk about a map. Again, the above, below, behind, front, all the concepts come into the picture. Now this was something about hygiene and all that. What kind of cloth would you prefer to use? What is nail biting about? Safety on the road. So these were all actually in the form of interactive activities. Sometimes we don't do the actual interaction, but at least present a visual. So this is not a full interaction in the sense that we are not making the man cross the road. So we have got a visual along with the question, and the font is big, all those things. So the result, as we would expect, that this has been useful for them to carry out their vocation which they were planning. So that's the end of the presentation. Thanks for your patience and waiting up.
Okay, yeah. Anybody want to ask any questions, please?
First of all, thank you so much for introducing us to this website that people have created.
And I would say this is very much needed for persons with intellectual disability. I can see the simple, approach that has been followed, which is required for them. So congratulations for that, first of all. I want to understand, because whatever you showed, it was in English. So is there an option of choosing language?
Right now, the option of choosing language within the content is not there.
Okay.
We do have some separate Hindi content as Hindi as a language, but not all of this.
Not all of this. But do you plan to?
We do plan to. But what we have also seen, as I stated earlier, that in the actual teaching, the language was never a barrier. Because of the concept that we are teaching, most of it went visually.
No, that's fine. But the question that is being asked, that you have to listen to this, and then the audio is in English, that could be challenging.
We do plan to, but not in the immediate. Right now, with the existing thing itself, the demand has increased so much. And so much
we can understand that.
Yeah. So, and people are finding the jugaad approach with this, so I think okay, let us continue.
Okay. Another thing that I wanted to understand, is there a way of mapping the progress of a child who is using this?
Yes. So there are two approaches we have followed. On Advocacy.com, there's something called the classroom approach, where just you read the content. Software tracks everything. Right? Then there is the Advocacy, there's another form where we have used the standard tool called Moodle, MOODLE. I will try to show you the site. That site is a world standard for education. In that, we are able to create what is called a learning plan. So in that learning plan, for that particular student who is logged in, you can create an entire learning plan. You can give them the content which they are supposed to use. It will track the entire plan. And that is what we did for one of our projects here for adults. That for each adult, we created a plan first. So that is the right approach. When I talk about personalization, that is exactly what you need to do. Because if they are good in math, why do you give them math? Then you have to give them higher level math or some other techniques. So we did that. So learning plans are possible, exact tracking is possible, tracking to the extent of which button did they click is also possible. So all that is there, grade books are there. So we have done all that. So the only challenge there is economic challenge, in the sense that each student then needs a login, because it becomes their personal time.
Yes.
So I have to provide a login to each one of them. So the usage on that has been limited. Because in schools and institutes, what they do is they show it on a screen like that and then call each one. Okay, in a 10 screen game, one child gets one screen. Like that. Ideally, when you give it as a homework, the student logs in and then it is tracked. So that is required.
Okay. Lastly, I want to understand the free trial that is available on the website. Does it give access to the whole program so that we can understand what all it means?
It gives access to the whole program for institutes and foundations, the large ones, and the free trial is up to you. So more friendly you are get a free trial.
Okay, okay.
So,
thank you so much.
Yeah.
So, in the end, I would just like to say that we would be very much interested to collaborate because this is what we have been looking forward to.
Yeah. So I will also make another statement, madam, that in the software world there's a concept of beta product. And Gmail initially said, Google said, it's a perpetual beta. Means you're always developing, you're always in progress. It is never done. Right? So in special needs also we know that our jobs are never done. There's something new always coming up. So that's
even we call our curriculum as spiral curriculum,
so
which keeps on growing.
Yeah, every day we are learning some new things and somebody says something is not there. We are willing to develop and learn from our students. So this is our Moodle based product. The same content is there. We have a lot of extra things. Yes.
सीबीएसई को फॉलो करके वो सब जो टॉपिक्स है वो लिए या मतलब किस तरीके से आपने टॉपिक्स ऐड ऑन किए उसमें?
कुछ चीजें करिकुलम से ली गई हैं, लेकिन ज्यादातर चीजें पेरेंट्स और टीचर्स के रिक्वेस्ट से करी गई, क्योंकि वो बताते हैं कि बच्चे को ये प्रॉब्लम है. जैसे मैडम ने जो प्रॉब्लम है बताया वो किसी करिकुलम में नहीं दिया दुनिया में. आज मैडम ने बोला तो मैंने सुना और मैं बनाऊंगा. तो ऐसा होता है बिकॉज स्पेशल नीड्स के चैलेंजेस कुछ अलग ही है. ऑफकोर्स तमिलनाडु करिकुलम का हमने फॉलो किया है, इसमें दिया हुआ है हमने. दैट वाज वेरी यूजफुल. उसमें काफी चीजें थी जो काम की, तो अगर काम की होंगी तो हम फॉलो करेंगे. और करिकुलम और फायदा क्या हुआ, व्हेन यू सिंप्लीफाई फॉर स्पेशल नीड्स चिल्ड्रन, इट हेल्प्स ऑल चिल्ड्रन. क्योंकि अगर मैथ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है उसको सिंप्लीफाई किया तो सबको वो शायद जल्दी सीख लेंगे, बट फायदा उनको भी होगा. और ये जो करिकुलम व्हाट आई हैव अंडरस्टूड एज अ पेरेंट, जो स्पेशल नीड्स के बच्चों को सिखा रहे हैं वो काफी चीजें तो स्कूल में नहीं सिखा रहे हैं. Everybody needs to learn this. Life skill तो सबको चाहिए. बैंक क्या होता है, कैश क्या होता है, मनी क्या होता है, या looking after our own body. Everybody needs.
Thank you, sir.
Can we have visible timer to motivate students more to complete in a time?
Actually, we removed the timers because we were told, again it's all feedback, and you, the Janata Janardan, will have to tell you. We were told under pressure the students are performing bad, so don't put the timer. So that's why we are not.
So maybe we have an invisible form, so we can have kept on that.
You can, if you see any students who are working better under timer, we'll create a copy of that.
Yeah, sure.
We'll create one for you.
Thank you. So because sometimes it happens, we can motivate them to give आपने ये score किया and you complete with them.
In my other side there are other motivators. I'm not showing you. If you go to my YouTube channel,
okay,
and bell icon जरूर दबाइएगा. So there is something called youtube.com/edquery. Search for that. We have done a recent webinar on gamification of e-learning.
Right.
So that is a motivator. Where you get a badge, you get points, you get your own emoticon and images. Those are the motivators. There are some schools who actually based on that give real money also. So Muskan could do it. If you win 1,000 points in this learning, I'll give you 1 rupee. So that could be a motivator.
No, that's okay. But when the child is growing in a better age and having a more learning and more expressive, so he can compete with that.
Yes.
That's what's my point.
I agree with your point. I'm just saying that there are other motivators also.
Yeah.
So one could try with that. For example, today as of now we're not. I mean, sometimes I am probably too cautious of privacy and all that. We're not showing the names of the other students, right? But you could actually form a community and compete with the other students, at least in your same classroom.
Right.
Right? You can say, iska itna mark aaya, itna. So that is again a topic worth discussion among teachers. Should students compete? Now mainstream schools Bangalore are removing exams. So this is a topic open for discussion.
Thank you.
One more last question. How can we evaluate regarding the total exercises after completion of the 10 or 20 exercises? How many successful attempts we completed?
All that is available in as a report. As a software, the reports are available. it is available in the license. Trial also it is available. At the end of each game, you get the result. Each game of 10
For
questions.
individual lesson it is there, but overall, after completion of the 10 modules or complete module, suppose if I want to evaluate a particular score, so how can I evaluate the score?
Is it available in the trial version or not? I am not very sure immediately after I but the full version is available. In the sense, everything which is available in the full is available for trial.
That's why I am asking the IVTPs or individualized educational program, we have to evaluate the term wise. First term, second term, third term, the final term evaluation, we have to show it to the progress.
So then the answer becomes very simple. You cannot do a 3-term course in a free trial of 15 days anyway. So that question is removed. So the rest of it, yes, it is absolutely great books are there. Great books are there, complete learning plans are there. I will share my woe with you that most special educators after finishing the course do not make a learning plan properly. If they were to make a proper learning plan in the software, you will get amazing results because it will track to the left. So instead of saying the child is weak in English, you will be able to say the child is weak in certain pronouns, which is a whole different statement than saying the child is weak in English or the child doesn't know math. You say child is weak only when adding 3-digit numbers. So that level of tracking will be able to do. Last question.
Is it possible to maybe use an Indian accent in the questions that you're using for your app?
That is the most Indian accent available as of now in the software.
Okay.
We actually removed it. They were initially when I started, I thought Indians will love Western accent. Then we changed all of them to the most Indian possible.
Okay.
Indian accent itself is an Indian accent.
Yeah.
And what happens again with English? Many teachers are very strict. I had a North Indian guy talking, recording English. They said that is a North Indian accent. So these are the other stuff, right? So I don't know what is my accent classified as. So there are limitations, yes. But the best thing to do is try it out with the student and let the student play for 1 month or so and then judge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Questions, please contact me on next.
Thank you so much for your enlightening and informative presentation. Now I would like to invite our director, sir, to present the menu. I would like to invite director, sir, to present the menu.
Special honor for me. Thanks.
Tea will be served for you only. Now we'll have the next presentation by Ms. Gayatri Suryanarayana, Youth Empowerment Services, Chennai, on the topic Case Studies in Effective Translation Planning from Structured Vocational Training to Open Employment. A very, very good afternoon to one and all present here, and I'm very happy and privileged to be here amongst all of you. But before I start anything, I think all of us are we are here very less population in the audience side, but still, see, we all are here, we all are assembled here, come together here for a cause, and particularly for a common cause, for a common objective. So it is very imperative that we all are in sync. So can we have a quick, very small, very popular activity or a small exercise to start with? I'm going to start a clap pattern and we are going to follow it. Okay? Are we game? Yes? Thank you. I'm going to start. Thank you so much. Actually, there was a selfish reason in that. Now we all are alert, energetic, energized, and in a receptive mode. Okay, I am Gayatri Suryanarayanan. I am representing a Chennai-based NGO called PWIDs Educational Trust. And today I am going to present something that is very, very close to my heart and is a consolidation of my journey and my experiences in placing people, persons, individuals with intellectual and cognitive challenges over the past few years. So before I get into the subject, I would like to share a few words about our organization. PWIDs Educational Trust is a 22-year-old Chennai-based NGO, and we have pan-India. We have 14 centers. We are in Chennai. We have 3 centers and 1 remedial center. Our core objective is to give livelihood, decent livelihood with adults with intellectual and cognitive challenges. So where does it start from? We provide services. When I say lifespan services, it starts from the early intervention. So we have early intervention and remedial services. We have counseling and therapy. We have a special education through our special school. We also have our vocational training centers, 4 of our vocational training centers, and the ultimate goal is to provide them a decent livelihood. When I say decent livelihood, it can be in form of open employment or a sheltered workshop or a self-employment option also. Today, our focus is going to be, or rather my focus is going to be on open employment. Okay, so when I was preparing this presentation, I had this, slides about the structured vocational training program and placement process and everything. But when I was listening to my earlier co-presenters, Neeraji and Simaji and even Dr. Sridhar, so I found that most of the topics have already been covered. Yeah, that's about the vocational, and that's why I said we all are in sync. That's that's the process that we follow, the placement process and the post-placement handholding. So now I'm going to slightly shift gear and I'm going to focus on the challenges that we face post-placement. Okay, so I'm going to quickly go through the slide. Just to mention, these are our proud employment partners. So we have placed many of our trainees here, and they're working they're getting a very, very good pay package, and they are getting very appreciation as well. And of course, during the pandemic situation, the pandemic snatched all their jobs, and they lost all their jobs. And fortunately, now the market is open. Now the market is open and willing to willing to welcome our trainees. So they are back to their workplaces, maybe the same workplace or a different workplace. Now they've got their job. And these are our proud employment partners. And this is the typical placement process that we follow. Okay, so I'll just quickly go through the placement process here. So it starts with the vocational skill development training program, which includes, which actually starts with the safety measures, functional academics, and life skills, communication skills, and even how to group learning ethics. How to learn as a group, in a group, how to conduct yourself as a team member. When you work in a group, when you learn in a group, what are the etiquettes that you are supposed to follow? So all these things are covered as hidden curriculum in our vocational skill development program, because eventually they are going to be a part of a team in their workplace, and they are going to work as a team member. So it is very, very important for them to understand and learn how to be an effective team member. Apart from the vocational skill development training program, see the parent counseling, the employer sensitization, the communication and life skill training, and the counseling and therapy services are the integrated part of this placement process. So what about the post placement? I mean, is it enough if we just place the training and can we just walk off? Definitely not. So what about the post placement hand holding that we do? Once we place the trainee, first 2 months goes up very cool. Like, we call it as a honeymoon period. Everything is fine. Employer is happy. The trainee is happy because he or she has got a job. Parent is like super excited. We are also happy. We get that satisfaction. Okay, we see the transformation, but there is a transition that has happened. What happens after 2 months? We start getting calls from the employer, we start getting calls from the parents, and we start getting calls from the trainees. Ma'am, this is not happening right. Maybe I think he's not happy here. Maybe I think he's not able to commute that far. Maybe, there are so many maybes, ifs and buts, and so we start getting calls. And yeah, that's where exactly the placement process starts for us. So what do we do? So it's not enough when we talk about the employer sensitization program. It is just not enough to sensitize the top management level. There has to be a communication cascade that has to happen, because end of the day, that particular trainee is going to work with the co-workers. I mean, his level, maybe middle level or the low level. So they might be skilled laborers or they might be unskilled laborers as well. So how to sensitize them? How to, is it enough to just give them one orientation session and stop there? No. There needs to be a lot of reinforcement sessions with the co-workers, maybe periodical reinforcement sessions. Also, with the parent, okay, first 2 months they are very happy when they get their the salary is credited to their account. They are very, very happy, excited, thrilled, yes. But what happens after 2 months? Ma'am, he didn't go for just 2 days, so they cut their salary, is it okay? But he was not well, it was genuine reason. They need to understand now, this trainee, this particular trainee is no more a trainee. He has become an employee of a workplace. So that realization has to come for the trainee as well as the parent. So there again, repeated counseling sessions, regular counseling sessions are definitely needed. And so now we have actually taken care of the parent, okay, the employer side. What about the trainee? Training the first 2 months, because they don't ask much, it starts with the part of a CSR activity or anything, so they are very cool, they are very okay. Okay, you 8 hours is your working hours, okay, you work only for 4 hours, it's chalega, it's okay. 5 hours, it's okay. But once the honeymoon period is over, after 2 months, 2.5 months, they are expected to put in their, so-called stipulated number of working hours, which is 6, 8. That's when actually the problem starts. Now the trainees also starts feeling like, ma'am, I'm not able to, maybe I find this very difficult. Maybe this is not my cup of tea. Maybe I'm not able to do this. I'm not able to cope. Again, okay, what do? We call that trainee to the center. Okay, we talk to him or her. We make him understand. Now you're not a trainee.
Now you're a grown up, you're an adult, you're an earning person, you're a contributive member of a workplace. This workplace is to some extent depending on your work, you know. So all those reinforcements are needed for this particular trainee also. And one more thing that my experience is the profile matching. I would like to share a very interesting thing that I went. Okay, we had this trainee, and she had a very pleasing personality. She had very good language skills. Her communication was fantastic, so we were training her in front office skills. We were training her in computer skills. We were also training her in baking, kitchen activities. So I happened to take her to a hotel, and we were with the general manager there, the group general manager. So he was casually asking her. I had actually told the general manager, so this profile, this girl is very good in communication and language and all that. So please see if you can please place her in a front office or something like that, customer relations or something. So he casually asked her, okay, now you'll have to tell me, so where do you want to work? Without a second thought, without even thinking twice, she said, I want to be in the baking unit. I was like shocked. I just looked at her. I said, but you've learned data entry. You know to take photocopies. You know how to scan. You can talk well. You can attend calls. Kanama, why are you not choosing front office? She just said, no, ma'am. I want to be in the baking. And believe me, she got her, wonderful women award from that hotel. It's a very famous. In a span of 8 months working there, she had initial hiccups, yes, but till now she's with the baking thing. That's her passion. That's her interest. So we need to really we need to focus on what the trainee needs. Apart from understanding the capabilities, understanding the strengths or challenges of the trainee, it becomes very essential and important to understand or know what is their interest, what is his or her interest, what they want to do in life, and how they want to build their career. So when we say job, it doesn't end there. We are talking about their career, we are talking about their profession, we are talking about their life. They need to settle down. So another interesting thing that we come across is managing relationships, because when we place them, it is a wonderful exposure that they get, in their workplace. So they get to meet many new faces. They get to make many new friends. So natural. It's very natural. They like somebody. They want to talk to somebody. They want to befriend somebody. So then it is a very straightforward thing. But we all know and we all understand that communication or conveying, expressing things is very difficult for them. So maybe they will not be able to, they wouldn't have expressed it in a right way, appropriate way. But still, emotions are emotions. So that again, plays a very important role, because we need to train them in managing relationships as they grow, as they become an adult. So part of adult training, managing relationships. Next, I'm going to go to the next slide where we have challenges, and these are absolutely my experience and how we went through and we kind of sorted out these challenges. So the first one, the predominant one, is the lack of awareness at the employer's side. When I say lack of awareness, it is not the lack of awareness of this particular special needs or this particular person or this, not exactly. But there definitely is a myth that, how can a person with special needs or can a person with cognitive challenges work in a workplace, go for a work? Now, thankfully, with a lot of awareness campaigns happening around, there is definitely a
is very encouraging. The market is very encouraging, and now people have understood that this is an untapped potential that we've got. Literally untapped potential, because the amount of sincerity and the the amount of dedication with which our trainees work, I'm telling you, definitely we can vouch on that. No neurotypical person can do that. You give them the work. If they know the work, you can just be rest assured that the work is complete. So we also teach them task completion. So this lack of awareness at the employer side is still there. There are sectors. There are sectors where they don't even understand. Okay, there can be a special need person working here. We can break this particular activity into smaller tasks and probably employ a couple of people with intellectual challenges. Yes, but slowly the thing is picking up, and I feel as a community, as people working for this sector, we should take that responsibility and create that awareness. Create that we need to have more and more and more awareness campaigns all around. Next is the parental interference and unrealistic expectations. What can we talk about this? Okay, now, we are from this particular community, so we are not supposed to do this kind of job. This work is this is a decent work. Probably this is not. Maybe I want my son or daughter to be in this sector only. But actually the trainee might have different needs or different aspirations. But the parental interference here is too much, and slowly when we have a counseling session with the trainee, they are very clear. We know what they want and they know what they want. But once they go home and have a discussion with their parents, it takes a super duper twist there. So the parental interference, again, here counseling plays a very, very important role. And we also try to take the parents, meet the employers and the workplace for them to understand what their son or daughter is going to do, what their job profile is going to be like. So next thing is behavioral issues of our trainees. When we actually talk about disability sector, now every corporate, every employer, they are very, very particular about, they talk a lot about diversity, equity and inclusion, DE&I. It's becoming a boom word everywhere now. So, but diversity, equity and inclusion mostly talks about the physical disability sector, I mean with due respect. But very, very less importance is given to our intellectual and cognitive challenge, this community, this sector. So the primary reason quoted there is, the behavioral issues, the probable behavioral issues of a particular trainee of this sector. So we need to, if we see a particular trainee, placeable in an open employment, so that training has to start well in advance, along with parallelly with the vocational skill development, and that's what we do. We have once we identify trainees who are placeable, so we have intense, focused counseling sessions for those trainees who can be placeable, and our focus is on the behavioral issues, how to conduct yourself in a public place. So what we try to do, we take them on field trips, we take them on outstation trips, we take them to supermarket, we take them to malls. We just let them be. Okay, so we note down things, and then when we come back, we say, okay, instead of this, you could have done that. Instead of shouting, "Man," from that end, you could have come here, you could have called me, you could have asked whatever you wanted to ask me. So these are small little things, but I think these are the things which makes or breaks the situation when they are employed. The employer expectations. Again, here I would like to share a small incident. We had a trainee, so we placed her in a very good corporate. So what the job profile that was told to us is data entry.
Okay, she needs to do data entry, she needs to do copy typing, and she needs to probably digitize few things, hard copies to soft copies. Okay, these things, these skills, it's all there. These skill sets, she's already acquired and she is very confident. Only when after a few weeks, this girl was not very happy, and she put a long face. She says, "Ma'am, I'm not able to do whatever this ma'am is asking to do me. I'm finding it very difficult." So when I tried to reach out to the employer and I asked her, "So what kind of job?" So she gave me, you will not believe, a book of 400 pages. And this book was given to this particular trainee, and she was asked to make a PowerPoint out of that book. Trust me, definitely, I would have taken some, say, couple of months to even read that book, because it was all scientific terms, technical terms, which many of us wouldn't have even heard of. Many of us wouldn't have, not be aware of. Not many of us are technically trained here. So then I told her, see, this definitely would take me 3 months, 2 to 3 months to read this book, and then maybe a month to prepare a proper presentation. So how did you even expect this girl, 22, 23-year-old girl, to make a presentation out of this, this content? Such kind of, this is probably, some people you might feel like, this is an exaggerated, no, this is what happened. This is typically that's what's happened. So the kind of the expectations that employers they have when we say they are good with computer skills, they expect them to write codes. No, when we say computer skills, in fact, part of I really want to share about the way we prepare profiles for our trainees as part of our placement process. So we prepare profiles for our trainees. It's not a CV, it's not a resume, it is their profile. So in that profile, we have everything put in that. So we have a skill set acquired, their academic qualifications, their challenges, strengths. Along with that, we also have a field called recommendations. So in that recommendations, we very clearly mention, see, for many of our trainees, sitting tolerance is a problem. They cannot sit for 1.5 to 2 hours, more than 1.5 or 2 hours. So we clearly mentioned that also. After 2 hours, please give this person a 5-minute break. He can go to the restroom, or he or she can go to the restroom, or just walk around the premise, or just talk to somebody. Because they not need a cup of coffee or tea. They don't go out to smoking, no, nothing. But they just need to walk around. Give those 5 minutes. Those 5 minutes will make him or her work for next 2 hours without any interruptions. So this kind of, even after mentioning all these kind of recommendations and suggestions in their profile, still we see sometimes employers' expectations are there. A lack of independent commuting skills and work ethics for our trainees. Yeah. Independent commute is definitely a biggest challenge that we are facing, not only to the workplace, but even to come to our center, come to the training center. Somebody needs to drop them, somebody needs to pick them up after the training hours and all that. So when we talk about a job, a workplace, parents, first thing parents are, where is it? Is it within 3 kilometers from our house? Is it within 5 kilometers from our house? Otherwise, I need to arrange for the transport. I need to arrange for some auto man, or I need to go drop them and pick him up. So independent commute is also definitely one of the biggest challenges. But with big corporates and big industries, we've found a solution to this, because they have the pick-up drop facility. So we tell them, instead of picking up from here, please just few kilometers away, pick this person up from this particular pickup point. So they are many times they agree. Yeah, otherwise we need to negotiate. But independent commute is the biggest challenge that we face. So even here, intense pre-placement
training. So we send across our admin people or our male trainers or female trainers along with a trainee, just to make sure they are able to find the bus route, identify the bus route, give the change, get the ticket, get down at the right bus stop. So these trainings become very, very essential, very important, because again, once they get into the open employment, these are the very basic things that they are supposed to follow. Okay, now unrealistic aspirations of trainees. I really want to know, is this just my experience, or any of you in the there have you any time faced this unrealistic aspirations of our trainees? Anybody? Yeah. So many times, right? So they start comparing themselves with other trainees. Ma'am, that person is there, working there. Why can't I go there? Why am I here? So they don't understand that here, there, wherever you go, you need to work, and only when you work, you get paid. But sometimes, I know that I don't know if it's sometimes their innocence, sometimes it's their ignorance. But then we need to really educate them. We need to slowly educate them in a very, very nice way, pleasant way, good way, sweet way, for them to understand. Okay, any work is good work as long as I put in my sincere efforts, and I'm getting paid here. So I need to be working like a good boy or girl. Okay. So now again, but this unrealistic aspirations, another way, scientific way of addressing this is the assessment and feedback review meetings. So when we have assessments for our trainees, so we make them sit. So this is your assessment. This is what you were supposed to do, and this is what you have done. So what is your feedback on your performance? So where do you stand? So this kind of feedback review meetings with the trainees, mostly we try to address this unrealistic aspirations there at the training center level itself. So when they also know, okay, I have few challenges, it's okay, but I have these strengths with me, with which I can grow, with which I can build a career for myself. So these are very, very few challenges that very, very common challenges. I feel like all of us, most of us would have gone through when we work with these trainees, and particularly when we focus on open employment. So agenda for the future. So here I leave it to the forum. I really want your feedback and suggestions. So to start with, awareness campaigns in various industries and sectors. As earlier one of my earlier co-presenter mentioned, hospitality sector has been very, very good to us, because maybe only because there are many avenues in that. It's like one-stop shop. We have different departments in a hotel. So we have this IRD, we have baking, we have kitchen, we have front office, we have housekeeping, we have so many. I think wherever we feel like this trainee can fit in, we can easily fit in there. But apart from hospitality sector, so I'm very proud and happy to share that we've been very successful in placing few of our trainees in corporates, in industrial sectors as well, apart from hospitality sector. So, but again, there if you see, the lot of awareness has to be we need to collectively, we need to have more awareness campaigns in different various industries and sectors on social inclusion. And then advocate for inclusiveness in all central-based decisions, wherever, whatever central government policies and all that. So we need to really, for this community together, we need to advocate for inclusiveness. Like we have, CSR has become a mandate now. Like that, for this particular sector, for this particular community, there needs to be some kind of mandate from the government side. So everybody follows it religiously. Everybody is, initially, there needs to be a push. We need to needs to be a push. They need to be forcefully done, if I can say that. Conferences and workshops for parents. I was very happy to see so many parents today morning, because this kind of workshop, this kind of conferences, very essential for the parents, for them to understand when it is time to let go of their son or daughter. When they are grown up, when they become an adult, they should know. Okay, now they are grown up. Let me let go of them, like that. And so, very related to our conference topic, to educate and advocate on peer mentorship and prepare the special adults on self-advocacy. So self-advocacy, as rightly put, shouldn't start from 18 years of age or 17 years of age. I think it should start as early as they are able to talk, they are able to speak, they are able to express themselves. And as an individual, each one of us, we should take a commitment towards inclusion. So we excel, we have a very common pledge that we all take. I will include as a pledge that we have taken across all our centers. So, as an individual, each one of us should take that commitment towards inclusion. So this is a very short video. Do not get scared, it's just 1.5 minutes. It talks about our vocational skill development training, placements. She is the trainer I was talking to, baking. Thank you so much. So, I know we are running short of time, but if there are going to be any questions, anything that you would want to ask, this is my mobile number, my email ID. Please feel free to call me, message me, or email me. Let's be in touch. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Indeed, that was really captivating. And thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful presentation. That was really terrific. So thank you so much. Now I would like to call Shilpa ma'am to give away the memento. Please give a big hands of applause. Now I would like to invite Mukesh Manocha, vocational instructor, MSc CC, Noida, on the topic concept of self-advocacy and its importance.
Sir, please try to wrap up in 10 to 15 minutes. Sorry, sir. This is the last presentation of the day. Please kindly be patient and applause.
Thank you so much to our director sir and Srinivasu sir to giving me opportunity to present the paper of advocacy as we are all tired. So I will try to be a little bit more interactive. So in the audience, somebody can tell me what is the difference between a lawyer and an advocate? Please. All are waiting for tea. What is the difference between a lawyer and an advocate? Then I can able to explain the advocacy. Sorry? Basically, ma'am, lawyer is a legal term and advocate is when the person is heading a client for you. Like when he is advocating for you in the court. Then the lawyer became an advocate. So now the question is, in the happy married life, who is the lawyer and who is the advocate? Sorry. So this is the mystery till now. So myself, Mukesh Manocha, I am working as a vocational instructor under guidance of director sir from last 20 years. So first is, what is advocacy? I will just explain the main point. This example of advocacy stands for speaking or acting on behalf of oneself or others or on behalf of a particular issue. जब हम किसी भी particular issue के बारे में बात करते हैं, जैसे मैम ने अभी कहा कि अगर मैं उसको सीधा करंट टॉपिक से जोड़ूं, जो लास्ट हमारी रिसोर्स पर्सन थी, इट वाज अ वेरी गुड मैम मेंशन्ड अबाउट इट कि जब हम उनको ब्रेक्स देते हैं, लेकिन कभी आपने सोचा है हम क्यूरिकुलम में खाली टाइम देते हैं बच्चों को? नेवर. हमेशा जब भी आई विजिट ऑल द ओवर इंडिया एंड तो तभी बच्चों को हम ऑक्यूपाइड रखने की कोशिश करते हैं. जो अभी तक हमने पूरे दिन में डिस्कशन किया कि ड्रॉप आउट्स होते हैं, बच्चे वापस आते हैं, उसका वन ऑफ द रीजन होता है कि जब कोई हम फैक्ट्री में लगाते हैं, लाइट चली जाती है, तो व्हाट ही विल डू इन द फ्री टाइम, वी नेवर गाइडेड टू देम, राइट. और अगर मैं अपने आप से सवाल पूछूं कि हम क्या करते हैं फ्री टाइम में, कोई बताएगा? वी आर ऑल्सो वर्कर. अगर जब हम खाली होते, जब मोबाइल फोन नहीं थे, तो क्या करते थे? बातचीत करते थे. तो सेम थिंग, व्हाई नॉट वी कैन गिव अ फॉलो अप टू द को-वर्कर्स, देन दे कैन एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड इट. आई एम जस्ट कीपिंग इट. फर्स्ट इज लाइक एडवोकेसी. नाउ द वर्ड कम्स सेल्फ एडवोकेसी, कि हम अपने लिए कब बोलेंगे. जैसे द सेम थिंग, फ्री पीरियड, मुझे बाहर जाना है, मेरा काम में मन नहीं लग रहा है, या मुझे कोई ब्रेक चाहिए, दैट इज कॉल्ड सेल्फ एडवोकेसी. बेसिकली सेल्फ एडवोकेसी इज इन इंटरनल टर्म्स मींस एडवोकेटिंग फॉर द सेल्फ एंड इंडिविजुअल्स एबिलिटी टू इफेक्टिवली कम्युनिकेट, कन्वे, negotiate or assert his or her own interests, desire, needs and rights. So if I will touch with person with intellectual disability, why the self advocacy is low? Can anybody can tell? Yes ma'am, please. Definitely ma'am, because from the starting onwards, parents, professionals are taking the decisions on their behalf. That's why we are little bit having less opportunities. जितना less opportunity मिलता है, उतना ही less उसको सीखने के लिए मिलता है. That's the main point. तो जब भी हम बात करेंगे कि हमें कुछ सिखाना है, और in other terms, in a normal aspects, how we can improve self advocacy? Can anybody can tell in which situation it's a higher chance to improve self advocacy? हम कौन सी सिचुएशन में होते हैं जब हम हायर एडवोकेसी में होते हैं? फॉर एग्जाम्पल, जब हम स्ट्रेस में होते हैं तब हमें किसी की सहायता की जरूरत पड़ती है. और इन अदर टर्म्स कैन वी पुट इन ए स्मॉलर लेवल इंटेलेक्चुअली चैलेंज पर्सन विद स्ट्रेस, हम उनको कोई टाइम बाउंड काम नहीं देते हैं. आफ्टर दैट व्हेन वी आर प्लेसिंग देम इट्स अ टाइम बाउंड. So that is, we are little bit of mismatching it. So I always suggest in my CREs and all that, time to time we should give a time bound activity to complete to them. So that type of activities will give them a recognition to them, to accomplishment. It involves making informed decisions and taking responsibility for those decisions. कि हमें जो मैम ने कहा था कि हम उसके consequence के लिए भी हम ही जिम्मेदार हैं और कोई नहीं होगा. तो जितनी ज्यादा अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलेगी, अपॉर्चुनिटी मीन्स वी हैव टू लर्न, मे बी नेगेटिव और मे बी पॉजिटिव. इफ वी आर लर्निंग पॉजिटिव, इट शुड बी एप्रिशिएटेड. इफ वी आर लर्निंग नेगेटिव, it should be faded out with the professionals and with the parents. But learning is there. Self-advocacy is a skill that was conceptualized part of a broader socio-political movement led by a community of people who had a variety of disabilities. That's history. So I'm coming up on a major part, like self-advocacy is one of the most important ways in which people with intellectual disabilities have a voice of their own, which is little bit missing in terms of when they are placing. And right now Srinivasu sir and other terms we discuss about the 4 models of employment, but in self-advocacy is more required in open employment. Daily requirement है उसको, because daily is dealing with strangers. And one more aspect is which is missing, which I have seen is कि हम अपने बच्चों को हेल्प लेना और देना नहीं सिखाते. हम बहुत कम, डर लगता है पेरेंट्स को कि इसके पास जाएगा तो वो सामान ना टूट जाए. तो वो एक अपॉर्चुनिटी हमें उनको ज्यादा से ज्यादा देनी चाहिए कि हम जितना हेल्प देना सिखाएंगे, उतना हेल्प लेना सिखाएंगे, उतना ही ज्यादा उसके लिए एक अपॉर्चुनिटी बनेगी. Self-advocacy refers to the civil rights movement for people with development disabilities, also called cognitive or intellectual disability and other disabilities. Requisites for self-advocacy. Self-advocacy includes standing up for one's right, taking responsibility for one's right, and matching of one's words and actions. Because ऐसा नहीं है कि हमने कुछ डिसीजन ले लिया और उसका परिणाम कोई और भुगत रहा है. तो उन चीजों को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमें उस चीज का क्यूरिकुलम बनाना पड़ेगा, उसको उस हिसाब से ट्रेनिंग देनी पड़ेगी. फॉर एग्जाम्पल जितने भी हमारे बड़े बच्चे होते हैं, फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर आप स्कूल्स लेवल में देखेंगे, स्पेशली विद द पर्सन विद इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबिलिटी, जब भी स्कूल की घंटी बजती है तो टीचर उनको पूरा सामान खोल के छुड़ा हुआ ही भेज देती है क्योंकि उसको वैन में बिठाना है. तो दिस इज अ पार्ट ऑफ लर्निंग. बिकॉज अगर हम उसकी बेल 15 मिनट लगवा के उसको पूरा असेंबल कराएं तो उसको वर्क प्लेस में कभी दिक्कत नहीं आएगी. अगर वो नेक्स्ट दिन छुट्टी भी करता है तो उसको टूल लेने में को वर्कर को कभी दिक्कत नहीं आएगी. तो इस चीजों को ध्यान में रखते हुए, उसके एक्शंस को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमने एक लर्निंग प्रिपरेशन करनी है. Prior to that, one must be aware of one's rights and also one's right to be informed. That is very important. कि हमें उसको टाइम टू टाइम इन्फॉर्म जरूर करना है. Asking for help because one needs it or want it as an integral part of the concept of self-advocacy, which one of the first hand requires one to be aware of one's needs. Especially self-awareness plays a crucial role in the process of self-advocacy. One must be aware of one's strength and weakness. That is very important. And especially with the person with intellectual disability, we have a double burden because हमें पेरेंट्स को भी उनकी स्ट्रेंथ और एबिलिटीज बतानी पड़ती है, अगर आप सहमत होंगे तो. क्योंकि उनको ही मालूम होता कि उनकी क्या सेल्फ एबिलिटीज है. उसके अकॉर्डिंगली अगर हम जॉब मैच कर रहे हैं, जो सर ने सुबह ट्रेडिशनल, नॉन ट्रेडिशनल, रूरल बताया, तो हमें बहुत आसानी होगी, उसकी जॉब वापस नहीं आएगी और हम उसको ज्यादा करवा पाएंगे. One has to have an understanding and capability to decide what does one want to do and simultaneously take the responsibility for those decisions as well as actions. One also has to find out who are going to be one's supporters. That's very important कि हमारे supporters कौन है, कौन सी लोग हमारी किस समय कैसी मदद कर सकते हैं. जैसा अभी आप सब लोग अपने अपने को पार्टनर्स दिखा रहे हैं, लेमन ट्री दिखा रहे हैं, तो ये बहुत जरूरी है सही समय पे फाइंड आउट करना कि हमारी आवाज को साथ में मिलाता हुआ कौन आगे चल सकता है. It is helping people to understand that one is able and empowers one to take control over one's life, to make decisions and take the consequences as well. Many places and many people speak up for themselves in many different places and with many different people at home, at work, school, at the doctors, with your parents and family, friends, social workers. Self-advocacy means a lot. Knowing your rights and being informed, हमें बार बार पता रहे कि हमें क्या चीजें जाननी है. Following through on what you say you will do, कि हम क्या करना चाहते हैं. Matching your words with your actions, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि हम बोले कुछ और करें कुछ, ऐसा ना हो. Being honest रहे, वो हमारे बच्चे बहुत ज्यादा रहते हैं. Listening to others and taking with them respectfully. Celebrating the abilities, सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट जो चीज है. Making decisions. Self-advocacy goes beyond just talking, but making decisions. Where to work, जिसके बारे में आज हमने पूरी दिन बात करी. Go to school or any program. Where to recreate. That is very important, which is lacking little bit with the parents. जब बच्चे employability में हो जाते हैं, तो sometime parent professionals उनका recreational part भूल जाते हैं. कि now is early. But to how he will take the stress buster to that. He will go for a once in a movie. He will talk to the friends. He will go for a play for a ball. जैसा हम सब लोग करते हैं. तो वो सब चीजें भी उनकी साथ साथ चलनी चाहिए. What to buy and manage your money, how to have a fun. And I tell you one, self-advocacy is a courage. To tell your own decision to somebody, it's a courage. कि अभी मुझे पानी पीना है, मुझे यहाँ नहीं बैठना है, यहाँ फर्श गीला है, ये टॉयलेट साफ नहीं है. तो it's a courage. So you might disagree with others. You might talk about something that is very private and personal. You might be taking a risk. You might feel that people will judge you for what you say. कि आपको लोग judge करेंगे. It will be a negative impact too. You might feel get into a trouble. आपको एक trouble भी हो सकती है. And most importantly, practice. It takes practice to become good self-advocate or self-advocacy. People become more confident when you know about your rights, your norms, social norms, and how to behave. You are more confident. Others are more open to your speaking up. People learn social cues. People learn to think on their feet better. More than one. It's not, especially in the case of persons with intellectual disability, it always be a group, parents. Self-advocacy means joining together with other self-advocates. जैसे हम परिवार के साथ मिलते हैं या सेल्फ ग्रुप के साथ मिलते हैं. Self-advocates role model supports each other and problem solve. Self-advocates give back to their community. Self-advocates work together to make systematic changes affecting a large number of people. And especially self-advocacy can open doors, help us to meet new people, make new friends, create new opportunities and have fun. That we all know. Basically, what is the role of parents in the self-advocacy? It's acceptance, understanding, creating atmosphere, shift from medical model, participation, involvement, creation, use of opportunities. जितनी हमें opportunities मिले उनका हम फायदा उठा पाएं. And especially how to improve self-advocacy in person with intellectual disability by improving listening, which is very very important in all aspects of person, especially with the person with intellectual disability, कि हम उनकी बातों को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा सुने. By giving more and more opportunities, artificial learning environment, that is very important कि हम उनको स्ट्रेस लेवल पे नहीं डालते हैं. अंडर सुपरविजन हमें उनको आर्टिफिशियल लर्निंग देनी चाहिए, कुछ न्यू असाइनमेंट्स देनी चाहिए. तब हमें पता लगेगा कि हाउ दे आर परफॉर्मिंग इन विच एरिया दे आर नीड मोर ट्रेनिंग. फॉर एग्जांपल, कभी हम उनको एक मॉल में अकेला छोड़ दें कि देखें कि क्या वो घर पहुंच पाते हैं अंडर सुपरविजन, क्या वो लिफ्ट में अकेले घबराते तो नहीं है. तो आजकल के टाइम में वाईफाई, सीसीटीवी एंड अदर थिंग्स आर टेक्नोलॉजी एंड हेल्पिंग अस. तो इन दिस एरिया वी हैव टू वर्क इट आउट. Small films or videos of their achievement in their peer group, that is very important. Right now we are in a conference, everybody is showing their videos, and these videos should be shown in their presence also. That should be encourage them and they will be motivated for them. Showing off his own work, वो अपने बारे में बताए. Student of the week of the month, कि जैसे आजकल हम किसी भी जगह जाते हैं तो बोर्ड लगा होता है कि इसने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है. तो उस तरह के हम छोटे छोटे बना सकते हैं. न्यू असाइनमेंट्स अंडर सुपरविजन, and especially whom do you go to get advice? Right now we are sitting in a very good place in a NIPID. Sir is always helping us for every parent, every child. कि किसी भी तरह की उनको किसी भी तरह की जरूरत है, किसी भी तरह की सपोर्ट की जरूरत है तो हो सकता है. सेकेंडली एक एग्जांपल मैं हमेशा देता हूँ कि विच आई हैव सीन इट टू हाउ टू इम्प्रूव सेल्फ एडवोकेसी. जब लोग खुद के लिए सेल्फ एडवोकेसी करते हैं, कभी आपने देखा है जिन लोगों को सड़क पार करनी नहीं आती वो लोग कैसे करते हैं? कोई बताएगा कैसे करते हैं मैम? जिनको पार करनी नहीं आती. सेकंड ऑप्शन
उनके साथ ही चले जाते हैं जैसे मैं.
हाँ, जब ग्रुप की वेट करते हैं और उसके साथ चले जाते हैं और कई बार क्या होता है ग्रुप पार कर लेते हैं और हम बीच में रह जाते हैं. Not with you, like sometimes it happens because हमारा ध्यान व्यक्ति पे होता है, कारों पे होता ही नहीं है. So these type of things on a practical basis they should learn about it. So as we are running short of time and energy level is low, you can ask some questions or any queries.
Any questions?
Thank you, Srinivas sir. Once again.
Thank you so much, sir. We are really grateful for the time and effort you took to share all your thoughts and experience with us. So thank you so much. So I would like to call Srinivas sir.
I'm just showing you 1 minute video जिसमें एक बच्चा सरकारी नौकरी की डिमांड कर रहा है.
मेरा नाम दीपक कुमार है और मेरी उम्र 22 साल है और मैं सेक्टर 40 में डेवलपमेंट सेंटर में ट्रेनिंग सीख रहा हूँ और मुझे सरकारी जॉब चाहिए. सरकारी जॉब चाहिए मुझे खाने पीने में मुझे मटर पनीर पसंद है और मुझे फल पसंद है और गुलाब जामुन पसंद है, काजू कतली पसंद है.
These type of things happen when parents can be supportive too.
मुझे घूमना फिरना है, घूमना फिरना मौज मारना करना अच्छा लगता है हमको. उसके बाद मैं दो सुनाता हूँ, मुझे दो अच्छे लगते हैं, बड़े लगते हैं दो सुनाता हूँ.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
मुझे रिश्तेदारी में लगा पसंद जाना सारे पसंद है और मैं किससे लड़ाई झगड़ा नहीं करता, किसी को लड़ाई झगड़ा नहीं करता, मैं सब मस्त हूँ और मैं मम्मी पापा की सेवा करता हूँ.
Thank you so much. So this is all about self advocacy is not a part of only questioning. It's a teamwork and it's a moreover environment we will give to them. Thank you so much for patience.
Thank you so much, sir. Well said. I really mean it, whatever you have said. Now I would like to call Director, sir, to give away the memento to Mukesh Manocha, sir. Please. Please give a big hands of applause.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A special mention to all the people who are still hanging around here. Thank you. Please cheers for all of them.
Really, thank you for the patience.
सर कल उधर है सर ब्रेकआउट सेशंस में एनी कमेंट्स सर अभी तो बोलेंगे सर, कल भी बोलेंगे.
काम करो एक चाय बना
Okay, just a small announcement that we have an upcoming conference in the month of April on 20th and 21st, and that would be held here at NIPIT. And I would like to invite all of you to please prepare because there's another conference which is coming up. We would invite papers and your experiences. It could be a poster presentation, it can be a paper presentation. The title of the conference is Transformation and Innovation Solutions in Disability Rehabilitation. So it's a quite wide umbrella that we have kept it intentionally, that we invite new thoughts, new ideas and new innovations, or an existing best solution which others may not have explored till now. So your experiences will help others to try it out. So do not think that it's not new and all. If you think that solution is working, please share with us in this forum. Many will benefit with that. Encourage your students, parents to come and share their experiences in the conference. Thank you.
Just to mention, this can be also an opportunity for people who are looking for research projects. They have some wonderful ideas or something, or something has happened. And, funding would be available for good research projects also, where we can actually collaborate with them. So, and again, the idea here is, in fact, we all know NIPIT has been conducting a lot of Smart India hackathons, which is the brainchild of our Honorable Prime Minister. So we have had a lot many hackathons, and we have come up with a lot of innovative solutions. And these people are actually engineering graduate students. They have got nothing to do with the field of disability, nor are they professionals. We actually be their mentors, and we give them a problem statement, and we actually guide them on what is required, and they come up with a solution. So we had wonderful experiences. So the aim of this conference is first, to first of all bring all of us on a platform as to what is happening. And we have heard one of our speakers just now, how he has been using, technology for education and the learning process of PWIDs. Likewise, we have not many people actually, who have actually come up with a lot of solutions. Even parents have come up. So we want to put all of them on a platform, and it will be a wonderful occasion where again they can be sharing and there can be networking and collaborations. Thank you. And apologies for holding you guys without tea.
Tea is available outside. Please have it while you are going out. And thank you so much for presenters for presenting a great knowledge and everyone.